Good morning, Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects EP George Obie. It is day 7 of the Doomsday Murder Trial, and we are getting ready to start in minutes. Lori Vallow Daybell representing herself, accused of murder conspiracy in the death of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. We are waiting to see who witness 19 is going to be. 18 have gone so far. We wrapped up early yesterday with Detective Ariel Werther. Good morning, everyone. We have more than 100 people watching. And thank you guys for subscribing and watching all of our coverage thus far. All right, we expect a busy day. We could get through all 3 witnesses. We are hearing that Detective Nate Duncan is there, lead detective for Chandler PD's homicide unit. He's got a lot of evidence to unveil for the jury.
Yes, feeling better today, it looks like. Nate was out ill last couple of days, so he is expected to be up first. And then we expect 2 more Chandler police officials this morning. Again, we'll see how quickly it does, but we are here on Wednesday, 1 more day of court tomorrow, so it's not out of the norm that we would see all 3 the next 2 days.
Yeah, I think we can get through them. It just depends on cross-examination. It depends on what questions jurors may have and how long it takes to get through what we expect to be detailed text messages, because we've heard about the iCloud data from Lori Vallow. We've heard about the data from Charles Vallow. So I think this is what, for the state, this is what would bring it home. They've got 3 more witnesses. They have to finish strong. And then the big question we're waiting on pins and needles for is, what will Lori Vallow Daybell's defense be? We've been talking about it more and more because we want to know, is she going to testify on her behalf? We really have 2 more days of trial in this week, and then that leaves that weekend, that break for the jurors to sit on a lot of evidence and testimony.
Yeah, you wonder if the data presented yesterday and any sort of text messages that we learn about in the next day or 2, whether that has any impact on her decision to testify on her own behalf.
Let's chat about video. Okay, so I had learned through the Idaho trial that the Walgreens video was shown, but you got to remember, everyone, it's very new to us all, because if you were in that courtroom, you saw it. There were no cameras allowed. There was a sketch artist, and that was 2 years ago in 2023. So now we have this Walgreens video, and a lot of people have been slowing it down, and you zoomed in on it, and we're getting our instant replay. Lori Vallow at the time, right after the shooting, she's got stuff on her feet, sandals, shoes. What are they? Something black?
Yeah, something black stripe over them. They could be slides. But here in this video, you're seeing her buy 2 pairs of sandals. These are the same sandals that we see her and Tylee wearing when they return to the home, as police have just arrived. But when she walks into this Walgreens, she's wearing something on her feet. She didn't walk in. It didn't look like she walked in barefoot.
Why buy the flip-flops, though? Like, was this just part of her list of errands that day?
I mean, is it part of her killing time? Because we know that they also made a stop at Burger King during this time. We learned that yesterday. We learned the time frame. We learned that Alex made the 911 call much later after the shooting.
So he hasn't even called yet.
No, at this point he has not called, at least based on the data. He has not made the call to 911.
And as far as Burger King, that's before this. She stops in, and that could be part of the routine, because like JJ like chicken fries, like she's taking him to school, she's getting him something quick to eat, and then she makes a stop. And so she also has Charles's phone at this time.
Right, and that's part of the reason why they were able to track her movements. And the detective yesterday, Werther, kind of laid that out. And the discrepancy, he kind of wrapped up his testimony at the end of the day with a summary of 2 scenarios that he thought were plausible.
Explain that, because I think people need to hear that back. Werther's a smart guy. You can tell, obviously, he's been diving into this data for a long time. But his theory and how he's basically doing the process of elimination, saying, well, these are the only scenarios I can come to.
Right, and keep in mind, what he's using is the data that he's been given. He mentioned how a lot of people on all of our cell phones, there's a GPS option. Some people keep it on, some people don't. For Charles, his GPS was on. They were able to use that data to track her movements to the Burger King, to the Walgreens, to the store. And his theory was, based on the data, that there were only 2 likely scenarios for this. he said there was no way for that device to go from the home to these locations and back that quickly. So he's thinking either the shooting happened earlier than what we were told, or the phone call, which we know happened, the phone call that Alex made to 911 happened much later after the shooting, giving her enough time to kind of move around and then come back to the scene. He didn't think that it was plausible that she could have made all 3 trips and get to all 3 locations in such a short amount of time from when the shooting and the call happened. Like, they made it clear that the shooting happened, she left the home, was gone for some time before Alex called 911 and then returned to the scene. And I think what the jurors can take out of that is that either there's a discrepancy in when the shooting happened, which for me would be hard to fake when the medical examiner can determine
how long that he'd been dead.
Right.
And he'd been dead for some time.
Right.
So how long did this fight, whatever this fight was, this alleged fight, how long did it take place for after 7:35, 7:37?
And then
when
I guess the elephant in the room is, why did it take so long for them to call 911?
Yeah.
I mean, we can theorize, and maybe the jury is in their head going, why did it take them so long to call 911?
Yeah.
Is that a red
sticks
flag?
out like a sore thumb for the jury.
Right.
And then watching her, I think it's huge for them to watch her make these trips and still take JJ to school. And then you would think, why even take him to school? Like, your husband was just shot and killed. Everybody stay right there. We're calling 911. We are hoping that he survives, right? Even though this is a self-defense situation in her mind.
Yeah.
Like,
is there no sense of urgency?
Yeah,
right.
No urgency. Yep.
We've got a little bit of that when we're talking. We've talked a lot about Lori's demeanor at the scene and just around this whole incident, but more so at the scene. I don't know that we'll ever get an answer unless Treena Kay wants to grill Lori on the stand if she gets that opportunity to say, look, why wasn't there more of a sense of urgency? She's not going to be able to ask her why her brother waited so long to call 911 because, again, that's hearsay. You're not
hearsay.
Yeah. But at some point, I'm sure the jury would want some sort of answer to that. They're not going to get a specific answer, but that has to be, after yesterday's testimony, I would think that would be one of the questions for the jury is, why is there such a gap in when the shooting happened and one of you, well, we know it was Alex, but one of you then should have called 911.
And the jury has to be wondering about these kids. They're hearing more. They're seeing the kid. They've seen Tylee on body cam. They haven't seen JJ on video or anything like that.
I do. On social media, we have a lot of people that watch this trial, that watch our stream, who have followed this saga over the years. Somebody on social media brought up a great point yesterday. I'll see if I can find the exact wording. But they heard Lori mention JJ in a question to one of the witnesses. She phrased it as such that JJ had autism, not has autism. In other words, in the previous tense. Whether that was, something that any of the jurors picked up on, what that means.
Even if it's one juror that picks up on why is he being talked about in the past tense.
Yeah.
Do the jurors, and I will shout out our friend in the chat here, Brittany Hennick, had this question about what if the jurors think that at some point Lori calls witnesses, it's her kids. Or at least her adult kid would be Tylee at this point. Tylee would be like 23 years old if she were alive today.
Mm-hmm.
The jurors don't know what's going on behind the scenes with these side hearings and who she subpoenaed and has not subpoenaed, who's been served and not been served. So they could very well be wondering, are we going to see her kids?
You're right. They have no clue that Lori's having trouble serving subpoenas to
they don't know.
The many witnesses she apparently wants to call to the stand. So they may be under the assumption they're waiting for Lori to present her defense.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder what they're going to think if she comes and says, I have no witnesses.
Yeah.
And if that is a red flag to them in any capacity to say...
You don't even have your daughter to testify on your behalf?
Right.
Well, we can't talk about that, though.
Right. They know Alex is not with us. They know Alex is dead.
Yeah.
And they were... It was addressed early on why you're not going to see Alex's interrogation by police or the interview that he did with officers and detectives at the station after the shooting. But, yeah, I would almost think that if she doesn't call any witnesses, including herself, the jury, I think, is going to be a little shocked by that.
Yeah.
I feel like they are expecting some sort of defense from her.
Yeah, and she doesn't have to. She doesn't have
No,
to do anything.
not at all.
It's up to the state right now, and the state is bringing it. Now, will Treena bring up Charles Vallow body cam? I think that there needs to be more of Charles. I just think, like, yes, we're getting a reference and we're getting a perspective through, like, the life insurance policy and what he did to change that beneficiary. We're getting his perspective and who he is through his sister, Kay Woodcock. That was last week. I think that if you focus on and here's Lori, who basically is accused of trying to smear him yesterday, talking about his dating life. And so if the prosecution can bring back Charles into a light in a humanistic way and to relate to the jury that this was a father, husband, and a brother, that he actually cared about Lori. Again, he never said any bad things about her, even on his date the night before he was killed. No negativity. Right. If you can submit exhibits of body camera video from Gilbert Police in January 2019 and get back into the whole religious angle, I think that is going to be very big for the jury.
I also want, maybe this is a great question for our panel later this afternoon, is can they bring in that evidence and make it admissible? In other words, can they use Charles's words describing Lori on the body camera? Mm-hmm. We know how inflammatory it may sound when he's saying, look, she's crazy, she needs help, or, I think the body cam outside the home when he comes back into town and realizes that he's been locked out of his own home, that I think would be fine. I do wonder, though, whether they would be allowed to admit the body cam that we've seen outside the hotel, where, he's really getting into more detail about what her mindset is as far as the religious beliefs and all that stuff.
Yeah, maybe they don't need to go to that element. But since we're going to hear from Nate Duncan at some point, maybe it's today, maybe it's tomorrow, text messages about this subject matter, that's going to come up.
That should hold a lot of weight, I believe, for the jurors. Just the correspondence between the two, unless Lori objects and says that was not me or, whatever. But I would expect that to hold a lot of weight, especially when these are one of the two detectives at the crux of all of this.
Treena said in opening statements that she's going to show them that Lori wanted this $1 million life insurance policy so she could be with Chad Daybell. So you can bring that up, and you can bring up text messages, not just from Charles to Lori about him discovering the affair. You can also show text messages between Lori and Chad. She had a burner phone too, and Chad had a burner phone, and there's some romantic messages. If you can show that element of this affair, that's going to bring back in the conspiracy angle. The
conspiracy, and then, of course, what the motive is, right? We've emphasized the motive was money, right? That the conspiracy between her and her brother to murder him because the motive was they wanted the money. And I think they touched on that a little bit, but you're right. I think these text messages could bring that home today.
Yeah, and we keep talking about this door. Will the door open on Idaho? Case details so far. It's been almost gotten there, but here we are, 18 witnesses later. All right, guys, on tap for our panel today, we've got Mel McDonald, the judge. We got Rachel Smith back, special prosecutor on the Idaho case. We got Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney, and then she joined us last week for the first time this trial, but Susan Constantine is back, body language expert and jury consultant. She told me she wants to talk about that demeanor of Lori Vallow Daybell that's been a big focus this week. But for now, in case you missed last night's episode of On the Record, let's show you that before we get to trial. Where's my On the Record? Nope. On the Record is not working right now, but we'll figure that out. Oh, maybe we do got
Robert's working his magic.
All right. Well,
at least it'll be good to get them caught up. There was some great testimony. I think yesterday we covered it and On the Record. I think it'll help kind of bridge that gap when, again, when you're learning about the location where Lori was immediately after the shooting, and then segueing into what I think we're going to hear today.
Yeah, because a lot of the details in Werther's testimony, I mean, I think the jurors have some fatigue. I think after 7 days, a long 7 days of trial, they've got that fatigue. So they need to hear something a little bit different. We've gone through all the civilian witnesses, so it's a lot of police talk, but it's important. All right, looks like we got it going. On the record from last night. Here we go. 3 more witnesses will take the stand, and then the prosecution will rest its murder conspiracy case against Lori Vallow Daybell, the so-called doomsday mom accused of plotting her 4th husband's murder. New evidence coming in today as a detective reveals video of Lori buying flip-flops after Charles Vallow was shot and killed. And don't forget, video of her at Burger King, never calling 911. I'm Justin Lum, and we are on the record. The state of Arizona moving at a quick pace yet again. We have now completed testimony by 18 witnesses. 18. It's crazy to say that. We have 21 that will be called in total by prosecutor Treena Kay. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects executive producer George Obie. And yet it was a busy day, even though we ended early. Looks like the pacing, that is very important, as well as the factor of Detective Nate Duncan being out sick, and he's going to be a very important witness as the lead detective in this homicide investigation into Charles Vallow's death. And he will be huge in bringing up text messages between Charles and Lori to, I assume, a Chad Daybell regarding the life insurance policy that she did not get, her Social Security benefits that she would get, regarding JJ's surviving benefits, and what happened to Charles as far as being the mother and caretaker. But cannot forget Cassandra Inclant's testimony today and how she basically had to go toe-to-toe with Lori Vallow Daybell, trying to poke holes in her story.
Yeah, the state now with Detective Inclan establishing Lori's demeanor, right? The detective who not only interviewed Lori, but also spoke with Tylee. They were in a car ride together to and from the station. There was there was a lot of time on the morning of that shooting that this detective spent with Lori and Tylee. And so that, I think, for the state's perspective, was key, that the jury could hear, look, this is a person they just met for the first time, but you have a witness such as Detective Inclan, who has obviously spent time with other witnesses in other cases. And so to hear her interpretation of what did you observe on that day, not just from the physical evidence of the crime scene, but more so, what did you observe in your interaction with Lori over that 3-4 hour span?
Yeah, and at the time, she doesn't even know that Lori has taken Charles's phone and has that with her. And there's a moment where she is not even sure that Lori knows that her husband is dead. She has to do this death notification. And so things aren't adding up, but it doesn't happen as fast as people may think, because obviously the people now, including us, have the full, a lot of the story, a lot of the evidence. So at this time, on the morning of July 11, 2019, Lori is described as nonchalant, chatty, etc. We've talked about this yesterday, and we saw the cross again continue. Lori Vallow Daybell trying to make it seem like she was not treated right in this case, and that she cooperated fully, as did her daughter. But I think that was a huge piece of this for Treena Kay to redirect and basically solidify that, there's a lot of things that Inclan and the whole crew for Chandler Police did not know. And this leads us to Ariel Werther, who can bring in facts, not just thoughts on psychology or emotions, but someone who has a timeline. Very, very intricate.
Right, because you have now, initially you had one crime, you had one case here, and that was the shooting of Charles. Now you have a separate case, and as Detective Werther kind of implied, this whole saga started to take another turn when Lori's stories weren't adding up. And then he comes in, like you said, with the data, with the evidence to show that some things were not adding up here. Her recollection, Lori's recollection of events that morning, were not matching with what the data was showing. And again, he would learn this later, right? But there were things that happened that morning that led him to be involved and him to take the next step to get some of that cell phone data from not only her phone, but Charles's phone, and then, of course, Alex's phone, who made the 911 call.
Let's take a listen to Detective Werther.
I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call. and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
So this testimony is very technical, it's very dry when using that term a lot with certain witnesses, specifically detectives, but we are getting the play-by-play and the mapping of the phones being located, color-coded. Charles Vallow in red, Lori's phone in blue, Alex Cox's phone in green. We know he calls 911 about 45 minutes after Charles Vallow is shot and killed. Lori doesn't call 911 at all, and she's in multiple spots, right? And it's Burger King, and then Walgreens, and then the school.
Right. And
JJ school.
Right, JJ school. Now, keep in mind, Detective Werther has testified in Lori's other case in Idaho. So this presentation he's given before, this is all stuff that they've gone over extensively. But we have laid out. We know we've seen the video of her at the Burger King. What was new for us this morning was seeing her at the Walgreens, and seeing her kind of walk in, buy these flip-flops, and then leave. Again, the undertone in all of this is that she's doing all of this. Burger King, Walgreens, driving around, going to the school. All of this is happening within about an hour or so of her being witness to her husband being shot and then ultimately killed by her brother.
Yeah.
And I feel like there was an undertone in court today, and maybe I'm wrong. I know it was brought up, but the undertone with the jurors had to be that they know that she's doing all of this with her kid, right, with JJ. And moments earlier, she was at the house and her husband was killed. And then, of course, they did play a little bit of her returning to the scene, wearing the flip-flops. And you see the video. This is the Walgreens video.
Yeah,
where she
never before seen. For
no,
us.
we had not seen this in our FOIA request.
We've seen the Burger King video, yes, but this is, happening at 8:16 in the morning, July 11, 2019. And here's what the jurors know. They know that she would not be a beneficiary on the life insurance policy. They're kind of going back and forth on the timeline, but they know that a week after this is the second and final call to ban her life insurance, and she's upset because she's not the beneficiary, and she has a 7-year-old with autism and JJ that she has to take care of, and she's trying to figure out why Charles did this. Well, we know if you backtrack why Charles did this, because somebody had hacked into his policy, and that's why he changed the beneficiary. And we know that a month after this, she's going to go to the Social Security Administration, and she's going to apply for those benefits as a mother. And she's also going to apply for benefits for JJ as a survivor, being that his father is Charles. But this is just fascinating to see her at the register buying the flip-flops. And she does walk in, appear to be wearing something. But she says that she ran out barefoot.
She did.
The house.
I got another piece of video from the day of the shooting. We've got multiple videos of her. Whether it's surveillance video like this, whether it's body cam at the scene, whether it's interrogation, and I keep saying interrogation video, but we know that it was video from inside the Family Advocacy Center being interviewed by police the day of the shooting. So we have enough of her to, I think, set up what her demeanor was in all of this.
Yeah.
We brought this up on the panel at lunch, great conversation about, does the jury pick up on that? Do they need an expert to reinforce what common sense people would know is, does that look like the woman, a woman who just witnessed her husband being shot and killed?
And is panicked about it, but she says she makes it seem normal to be calm. Even though detectives, they have to be calm in this situation, but she continues to do this in cross-examination where she, questions why she shouldn't be calm. And we're not saying that you have to be, hysterical or crying and sobbing and not able to move and function. But she is in actually not a bad mood. And I just think that the jury has seen this multiple times now with body camera video, the interview video, and now seeing her go around and do this. That is just, you want to be in the heads of these 14 jurors that are sitting in the box, because our panel of experts is like, they're like, are you kidding me right now?
It's a no-brainer for them, yeah. Well, and I've missed this, I think, throughout the whole thing, is when we're talking about her demeanor. It's one thing to look at her and go, well, is this Lori? Is this who Lori is? But we forget she's also a mother. Is this how a mother reacts to, the father of one of her children, if you will, being shot and killed, knowing that JJ no longer has a father, that Tylee lost a stepfather? Like, is this how a normal mother would react?
It's a patriarch.
Right. Even if you're trying to put on a brave face and keep it together for your child, I don't see it. And I don't, as an adult, as a father, I just don't see it. And I again, this was part of our conversation today at the lunch break with our panels. Would any normal parent react this way? Like, I just doesn't, whether you need an expert to prove that or not.
Like a psychologist. We talked about that with Kirk Nurmi, Jody Harris's former attorney. Maybe you put an expert psychologist up there to talk about, why this isn't as unusual as people think. But I think human nature is to say, wow, that is concerning, to say the least, because you have this woman who does not work and does not provide for the kids. She's the caretaker. That's her role in the family at this time. Right. And she's definitely concerned when she knows that she's not getting the life insurance money. But at this point in time, at Walgreens, at Burger King, she thinks she's the beneficiary. She does not know.
Wait, and we heard that phone call. We heard both phone calls, right? Yesterday with
part 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, you the second phone call was telling about. She just is almost annoyed, is putting it lightly, when the agent is explaining to her what's going on with the life insurance policy. Again, the jury, the 12 people that are going to decide her fate in this trial, I would be shocked if any of them were not moved or confused by what they heard today from the detective regarding not just her timeline but events, but then showing that video.
It's a lot of information. It's important, that very, very detailed timeline. And then Lori gets to cross-exam Detective Werther. And, he has the digital evidence, but he's not going through the text messages on Charles' device. But she's going back to this narrative that Charles is just not a good guy, and that he's an angry guy, and that he's, talking to different women and basically cheating on her. And even in January 2019, when she spoke to Gilbert Police, she told them that, he's upset because I caught him cheating. But even if he was cheating, she was also cheating. They were cheating on each other then at the same time. She was already in the affair with Chad Daybell. Which the jury obviously
doesn't know, right? Like, they have no idea. In theory, they have no idea.
But even a jury, I don't think that they would justify the shooting because he was a cheater. Yeah. So this is the conversation or the exchange in cross-exam where Lori basically ends up getting scolded by Judge Bresky.
And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back to...
Hold on,
if we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question, Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
So this is at least the second time where Lori tries to go after Charles's character in some way by cross-examination. Treena Kay steps up and puts an end to that. Judge Bresky agrees and says, you can't do that. You can't ask in this way. Now, you can refer back to the Nancy Jo Hancock testimony, the woman who went on the date with Charles Vallow the night before. But to just bring up these women that people don't know, she's bringing up names of people.
Yeah.
And she has not laid any foundation, and she's asking about dates that were planned by Charles.
The timing of it seems weird. I feel like that she's done this a few times, like you mentioned. The timing of when she's doing this, I just don't see. The judge has obviously kind of alluded to that, but if you're the jury, you're going to pick up on that too, right? Like, where's this coming from? Why now? What does that detective have to do with text messages that Charles had with women? We already had Nancy Jo on the stand. You've already established that he's clearly dating while he's still technically married.
Yeah, the jury knows that.
Right.
that he was talking. Nancy Joe had even said that he talked to her about other women that he was speaking to, even ones that were trying to scam him, basically catfishing him. And he was open about it.
Yeah, and I think the last thing you want to imply to the jury is that he was cheating and he deserved to be shot and killed. Is that really the MO that you want for this? That's not a door you want open right now.
Yeah, so the jury has seen that, and now we have 3 more witnesses to go, including both the current lead detective on this case, Nate Duncan, and then Nate Moffitt, who before he was promoted, he was the lead case agent on this. So 3 more in total, and then the state could rest its case maybe by the end of tomorrow. It all dependent on how Duncan is feeling, if he's up to testifying. But I think by the end of this week, I think by Thursdays, we're now back on that 10:30 to 4:30 schedule. There's ample time there for the state to rest its case. And then the big question everybody wants to know is, what is Lori Vallow Daybell's defense? She's already messed up the whole subpoenaing witnesses and may have none to call. She doesn't have an expert witness. She doesn't have anyone.
Yeah, and that's on our YouTube page as well. We put up that pretrial hearing this morning before court got underway. Yeah, we're close. We are definitely close. I'll be fascinated to know again whether she takes the stand, but also the cross exam. Treena Kay, the prosecutor for the state, has to be salivating at this idea that she gets an opportunity to do what other attorneys in other states have not been able to do, and that is get Lori on the stand.
And the cross-examination depends on what are the questions Lori would write out for herself if she does take the stand, for her counsel to ask. What are those questions? I think the questions are going to go back to going after Charles in the narrative that she's trying to sell on who he was, and how she's going to say that she was being cheated on. The threatening messages, she keeps bringing up that narrative of threatening texts, intimidation, physical arguments that involve Tylee Ryan. Those are the questions that she's going to lay out. And, basically, Treena Kay will have to ask questions and cross-examine to dismiss all that and just wipe that out for the jury. And if she takes enough time, the jury could forget a lot about what has already been presented right now. You assume they're taking notes.
Right. It's been 2 weeks. We know how long it feels it's been in real time, but actuality, it's been barely a week and a half now.
Yeah.
But she will be, if you think about it, and if she's the only witness she has, she will be the last person to take the stand in this entire case. So the jury will have that to kind of resonate on and sit on, and they'll have Treena Kay's cross-examination, really. There might be a redirect from paralegal, but ultimately Lori's, if things go the way they're supposed to, then Lori takes the stand. She's the last witness of this entire trial. I'm sure the jury, that will not be lost on the jury.
And that's what we have to figure out, because we haven't seen much of the 2 public defenders that are now counsel. What is their role in the questioning if she testifies? I would assume that they're put up there, and the paralegal is keeping track of documents and questions or helping her. She's right next to her. Basically, she's Lori's assistant. That's what the paralegal is. And the counsel, these lawyers that are not acting as her attorney are sitting back and just watching, and they have probably had a lot of time to just, wow, this is overwhelming evidence, but they're just not in the role. They don't have the power and leverage to do anything. So we'll see what happens. Or she could just not testify and wait for closing arguments. And
right. They tell her no,
there.
Don't do it. It's not going to help you in any way.
Yeah. All right. So day 7, tomorrow morning, in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. This is on the record. We'll see you soon. All right, we are back. You are watching coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial, and we can tell you now we have Detective Nate Duncan taking the stand today. He's feeling a little bit better, but this is going to be huge.
It's going to be huge. There'll be a lot obviously presented to them, the jury. I believe that throughout this whole trial, because a lot of who you're hearing from in this trial, they have already testified in previous Vallow Daybell trials. I feel like that's a benefit to the jury. You have people who have spoken about this case, obviously have done a lot of work on it, but have also testified on the work that they have done in previous cases. I think this is going to help the jury, kind of be able to follow along a lot easier.
Yeah, because like we talked about, jury fatigue, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
7 days, 18 witnesses. Duncan testified in both Idaho trials against Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. And I think he has a great mannerism about him, and the way he speaks is very smooth, and he doesn't kind of stumble and ah, and the way he asks questions, and when he reads these text messages at some point, because he's already getting into the fact that he analyzed phone records, iCloud data. He took over as the case agent at some point after Detective Moffat gets promoted to lieutenant. So he is a key component here. Obviously, we're going to start with the crime scene, and that's when Duncan is going to talk about what he saw in the home that Lori Vallow was living in, even coming across the gun that Alex Cox owned and used, and what stood out to him as far as this fight altercation that led to the shooting of Charles Vallow, blood evidence, things like that. I expect this direct examination to go on for a long time, and we have not heard a lot of objections from Lori Vallow Daybell acting as her own attorney. It's a script and a game flow that Treena Kay is following, and she has been basically in control of all trial long.
Yeah, she's on cruise control. She's very precise with her questions, the tone, the tempo.
Good pacing.
Yes, she knows exactly what she wants the jury to hear. When you're not getting much of any blowback from the defense, I think it makes her job is clearly a lot easier.
A lot of exhibits to see. There's some photos. I don't know how much they'll see of Charles Vallow's body, but we know that comes up a little bit in the beginning. But exhibits like the gun, other pieces of evidence that will come up. So that is going to be very, very crucial here. And then what does Lori Vallow Daybell have for Nate Duncan as cross-examination? We'll see. We're looking at the state seal right now and should be starting in just a couple minutes as witness number 19 testifies.
Yeah, we should remind folks at home, obviously, there's going to be stuff presented in court you will not see as far as evidence, some stuff that's just too graphic for our streams and our platforms. So you'll see the photog kind of adjust the shot to kind of keep the screen over the witness's left shoulder kind of out of view so we don't see a lot of that.
Yeah. Here we go. Day 7, guys, and after Duncan, we can assume it's either Hunsaker or Detective Nate Moffat. Now, Moffat really started this whole thing off as the lead, so that maybe they end with him to button things up. But I expect to hear those text messages read by Nate Duncan that disclose what was said between Charles and Lori, Chad and Lori, Alex and Lori. I mean, that maybe even more of the inner circle, and we could not just about life insurance money, but also religious beliefs.
Yeah, religious beliefs, I think, will be a huge setup for motive. In this case, I would think, would you want to end with Moffat? Would you want that?
I thought that they would, but, you know, obviously.
I mean, you want to go out with a bang. I know that's, especially if Prosecutor Kay thinks that Lori has no witnesses, including herself. What better way, I guess, to end it with probably your strongest detective on this case, having him kind of lead us out of this prosecution.
And maybe the jury doesn't really know the difference. They have been probably overwhelmed with all of this evidence. This case is new to them, hence why they're in the jury. They may know a little bit, get some headlines, but we'll see. Here we go. There's Lori Vallow Daybell there. I didn't see what she's got, her black blazer, purple blouse, and her big case file.
All right,
as we get ready.
Now. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, it's 10:30 a.m. Time set for trial in State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. The parties are present, jury's not present. Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead. All right, please be seated. The jury is present. The state may call its next witness.
The state will call Detective Nate Duncan.
All right, sir, go ahead and stand up here and be sworn in.
And you're about to be able to keep the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but so help you God.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Nathan Duncan. I'm a detective with the Chandler Police Department Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Chandler Police Department?
Well, I'm 2 months shy of 25 years.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked?
After graduating from the academy in September of 2000, I went into the patrol unit, as a patrol unit, for about three and a half years. I then left there and became a detective, working for approximately the next 11 years in our property crime section. And in the last 10 plus years, have been working in the robbery homicide unit.
In your career, have you been asked to write search warrants to obtain and review cell phone records?
I have.
In your career, have you been asked to write and obtain search warrants for iCloud records?
Yes, I have.
And in your career, have you been asked to basically write search warrants for all different types of social media and digital media?
Yes.
On July 11th of 2019, were you working that day?
I was.
And what were your hours at that time?
During that time, it was weekdays, days, and I believe at the time I was on a Tuesday through Friday schedule, 10-hour shifts.
So on Thursday, July 11th of 2019, did you learn of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler?
I did.
How did you learn about it?
I actually had learned by listening to the radio. I heard the call kick out and of the shooting at the Four Peaks location, and then soon after that received a phone call to assist detectives at that location.
When you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes, I believe I parked to the west of the location. When I arrived, I saw crime scene tape had already been placed. There were emergency vehicles such as fire vehicles and police present already. I then walked towards the front of the house where other detectives had gathered and spoke with them regarding the case, and then we were given tasks.
When you arrived, was Alex Cox still on scene, or did you see him?
I did see him from a distance. He was seated on the sidewalk. I did not get close to him and did not know who he was at the time.
When you arrived, do you know if Lori Vallow was there?
I never saw her.
When you arrived and you said you met with other detectives, were you given an assignment or task to do?
I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist Detective Coons with the crime scene and basically be an extra set of eyes and hands for him when processing this crime scene.
Okay. So you're with Detective Coons. Was there also anyone else assisting you?
At some point, Detective Werther was there as well, and we had a patrol officer that was standing by helping us, and also a crime scene investigator with us.
Okay. Before you can enter the house, did you obtain or did you have someone write a search warrant so you could go in the house?
Yes,
So does that mean you guys had to just kind of wait around for that to be approved?
absolutely.
And then ultimately, did you enter the scene around 11:53 in the morning?
We did.
When you were helping to process this scene, you were not the case agent, right?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of the time of the 911, when the 911 call was placed?
I was aware at the time, at that particular moment, no, I was not.
Okay. Is that something you learned later?
Yes,
Did you include that in your report at some point?
I did.
Did you get the time correct in your report?
I did not.
Have you since verified through listening to the 911 call and looking at the CAD report of the time of that 911 call?
Yes, the correct time on the 911 call is 8:36 hours that I noticed through the 911 call and CAD in reviewing for this. Then I did notice that in my supplemental report, I noted the wrong time of 8:32.
Okay. Were you aware of who made the 911 call?
I was.
And who was that?
Alex Cox.
So when you are finally allowed to enter the home, can you tell us what you observed when you first walked in?
Well, prior to walking in, we had a crime scene technician go through and take overall photographs of the entire residence. After that, we utilized the Lizard Q system to take additional photographs. Once that was complete, then we made entry in to make our own observations. The front door faces to the west of this home, and as you enter, there's a small foyer. I believe it was white and black checkered flooring. And then you step into what I refer to as a great room that had no furnishings. There was a mirror on the north wall, a large picture window on the east wall, a mirror on the south wall, and a mirror on the west wall. I noticed the body of the deceased, later identified as Charles Vallow, laying on the western portion of the room. He was in what we call the supine position, with his head to the north and his feet to the south, and his arms on each side of his body.
Okay. When you saw Charles Vallow, did he appear to be fit?
Yes,
When you went into the scene, did you notice a lot of blood around the scene?
we did not.
When you were looking at Charles Vallow, you told us that his hands were each to his sides, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any blood on his left hand?
I did.
Where did you notice that?
I noticed some blood in the webbing, we call the webbing of Charles's left hand. And in seeing that blood, and with not seeing any other blood, the only source of blood for that to come in contact with would have been on Charles' chest. So I felt that could have been from him placing his hand to his chest at one point before finally coming to rest.
So the flooring around where Charles's hand was, there was no blood around that floor area.
Correct.
I'm going to put up, if I can have the Elmo, Exhibit 40. There we go. All right, so what we see here in Exhibit 40, when you arrived, fire had already gone in, done whatever treatment, and removed themselves from the residence, right?
Yes.
So you can still see some of their equipment attached to Charles, correct?
Correct.
And then what we're looking at here is his left hand.
Yeah, his left hand on top of his left thumb and on the side of his left index finger.
And I'm putting 41 up. Is that what you observed?
Yes.
So even around Mr. Vallow, did you notice a lot of pooling of blood around him?
I did not.
Did you notice more sort of after the medical examiner's office came and enrolled him and moved him around?
Yes.
You talked about mirrors in that room. Did you notice any cracks or damage to any of those mirrors?
I did not.
Did you see the bat in the room?
I did.
Was that on Charles's right or left side?
It was on his right side above his, more north of his head.
And when you are processing that room, are you looking for any potential blood evidence that's not just on or around Charles Vallow?
Yes, we are. We're constantly looking for any kind of blood evidence that would help us tell the story. Any kind of movement of somebody who had bled and then moved through the house to try to better explain what had happened.
So in this case, did you check that wood floor in that called great room for any blood drops or spatters or smears that might be on the floor that wasn't like right under Charles?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Did you go into the other rooms in the house and help search for any other blood evidence?
I did.
And did you note any blood drops or smears or anything else on the flooring or walls in any other rooms?
Not on the flooring or walls. The only other location of blood that was present would have been on the faucet of the kitchen sink.
And that was that small drop right on the faucet itself? Or
I would more smear, or I would call it a drop, but yeah, there was a red substance consistent with blood on that faucet.
okay. Were you looking around the room for any towels or shirts or anything else that may have been used to, whether it was clean up or stop bleeding?
We were.
Did you find any?
No.
At some point, as you are going through the scene, did you go into what I'm going to call the pink room?
The pink room,
With the gun.
Yes, I did.
Put up an exhibit here. When you went into that room, were you, and I guess I can call it the pink as well as black and white striped room, Exhibit 71. Did you observe this orange duffel bag, the garbage bag with some clothes, and then the gun laying on the floor next to the duffel bag?
I did.
Were you responsible for making that gun safe?
I was.
What did you do to make the gun safe?
So obviously, we, with help of our crime scene technician, we photograph the gun, the bag, and everything as it is in place. That's how we found it. At that point, I would place some gloves on and pick up the gun, also looking for any kind of blood or biological evidence on the gun while I'm looking at the gun. I would eventually do what's called making the gun safe. I would remove the magazine from the gun, set that aside, and then cycle the slide to remove any kind of cartridge that's inside of the chamber. In this case, this is a Springfield XD handgun. The magazine was released and removed. The cycle was manipulated, and a single .45 caliber cartridge fell out.
I'm going to put up a couple. We see in 78 is sort of that your hand holding the magazine that you removed,
It is.
and then 86 is that your hand with the single casing?
Yes, it is.
When you were going through this evidence, was there inside that orange bag that we see in Exhibit 82 a gun case?
Yes,
Did that gun case have any locks on it?
it did not.
It's just plastic clasps to hold it closed?
Correct.
And was there extra magazines inside that gun case?
There were.
Now, when you process a scene and the evidence is then taken to police impound, do you sometimes go through it better there away from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 81 here, that orange duffel bag. I think it's this way. Did you later go through the duffel bag?
I did.
And is there an outside pocket on that?
There is.
Did you locate a debit card in there?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 234? Do you recognize Exhibit 234?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a health savings account card in the name of Alexander Cox.
State will move to admit Exhibit 234.
Any objection?
I hear him. I'm thinking.
234 is admitted.
So, Alexander Cox, is that the name of the person who called 911?
Yes, it is.
And when you are, let me ask you a little bit about the gun a little more. So this gun that you made safe, when you're looking at it, did you look at all the sides of it to see if there was, again, any blood evidence on it?
Yes.
Did you see any?
I did not.
And that's something you are going to check to make sure you don't potentially change the way it looks?
Correct.
Did you know when you went in to process the scene that Alex Cox had an injury to the back of his head?
I don't know. When I went in, no, I did not.
Did you learn at some point that he did?
Yes.
Knowing that he had an injury to his head, did that play in? Well, let me ask you, when did you learn that?
I believe it was during the investigation. We learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Now, at some point, we've heard the medical examiner came to remove Charles Vallow's body, correct?
Yes.
And were you present when that happened?
I was.
And did you and the others that were processing the scene clean up the blood on the floor that had been left underneath him?
I did.
And when you were cleaning up the blood, did you notice anything on the floor that stood out to you where he had been located?
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
When cleaning up the blood, I immediately noticed a defect in the floor consistent with a bullet strike that would have been close to or right on this area where the exit wound would have been on Charles' left shoulder.
So you had seen the floor and been processing that room while Charles was laying there, correct?
Right.
And once his body was removed, there's a pool of blood underneath where he was.
Correct.
And in that area, I'm going to put up Exhibit 60, is where you then observed that bullet strike.
That is correct.
I'm going to put up a little bit further back of one. Hold on. Let me put up 56. Although it's harder to see, the marker itself is next to where that bullet strike is.
Yes.
So when you are seeing this, what comes to your mind at that point?
Well, in this scene, we're trying to make sense of kind of what happened with limited information. We know we have 2 casings, and we know we have 2 projectiles. We have a projectile that's into the wall, and we also have a projectile that is near Charles' body. We believe, obviously, the first shot or a shot went through and through his body, causing 2 holes and entered into the wall. The other shot we have is a low left abdominal entry, and what we believe, and not confirmed until autopsy, but a upper left trajectory near his shoulder. We looked through the room to where this projectile could have exited throughout the room and then landed in that spot near where Charles was. And we did not see anything until his body was removed and the blood was cleaned up.
So you're looking like walls and trying to find any other location where the bullet may have struck and bounced back and ended up in the floor there.
Correct.
And you didn't find any defects or any holes or anything other than the one bullet that was in that baseboard.
Correct.
So when you see this now, did you feel that was consistent with the bullet striking the floor underneath Charles and him being on the floor when he was shot?
100%.
Because of that, did you end up actually cutting out and collecting that board?
We did.
And then you said that you were wanting to know if that was confirmed during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Did you attend the autopsy?
I did not.
Okay. During this initial investigation on July 11th of 2019, did you ever search Charles Vallow's rental car?
I did not.
So Lori Vallow had his car all day and nobody looked inside of it.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Initially, as a person who was just working the scene with Detective Kuntz, did that sort of end your investigation or your involvement for at least July 11th?
Yes.
What was your next involvement in this case?
My next involvement had some prior to June of 2020. June of 2020 is when I was assigned the status of case agent in this case. Prior to that, I did help Detective Moffat with analyzing and just sorting through iCloud phone records and other data for him.
So we have heard about cell phones that had been extracted from retired Detective McDonald. That was Charles Vallow's cell phone. So was
Yes.
that one item of evidence that had been collected?
Yes.
Did you review any of that extracted data?
Yes, I did.
Did those extractions include things from emails,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
sort of anything you might expect to see on anyone's you are looking through this, did you look through both Charles' iPhone extraction and later some iCloud account extractions?
I did.
What are iClouds?
The best way to describe an iCloud is it's cloud storage for Apple products. If you have a MacBook or a phone or a Mac computer and you use an iCloud email address, and then the information from all of those would be stored under one iCloud account.
So someone can intentionally store things there?
Yes, you can choose what you want to store in there. A lot of times there's a default on there, but you can go through and manipulate as to what you want saved in your cloud or backed up in your cloud.
So there can also be things, if a default is on, that are people may be not even aware that are being saved up there.
Correct.
I say up there as if it's really a cloud, but whatever. When you were reviewing this data, did you, without going into anything specifics, did you see interactions between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow prior to about June 27th of 2019?
I did.
And did you see interactions with Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow after June 27th of 2019?
Yes,
Did you see a change in those interactions?
definitely.
Did you learn from reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud accounts that Charles had found an email sent to Chad Daybell that was purportedly written by him?
Yes, I did.
Did that involve an email address, kkwalker75 at Yahoo?
Yes, it did.
Did Charles Vallow, in fact, save a copy of that email into his account?
Yes, he did.
In reviewing Charles Vallow's cell phone extraction and iCloud account prior to this time in June, had you seen any use of this kkwalker75 at yahoo.com email address? Prior to June 27th of 2019, had you seen Charles Vallow utilizing that email address?
Had I seen Charles utilize it? Sorry, no, I did not.
Okay. So even though you're going through his account, you're seeing emails by him, right?
Right.
And you're seeing emails that are saved into his own iCloud account,
Yes.
but nothing in there was saved prior to June of 27th of 2019 relating to kkwalker75 at yahoo.com.
That is correct.
Was the first time that you kind of became aware of this account when you saw that Charles had saved an email and then began texting Lori Vallow about it?
Yes.
Did you find multiple text messages or SMS messages from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow relating to this letter?
Yes, I did.
Did you find evidence that Charles Vallow, after discovering this email, contacted Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you find evidence that after Charles Vallow found this kkwalker75 email address, that Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Was a search warrant executed on Yahoo for that kkwalker75 at yahoo.com?
It was.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 289. Does 289 include first an affidavit from Yahoo authenticating the KKWalker75@yahoo.com account?
It does.
Does it include information for the subscriber?
It does.
And does it include a portion of the emails associated with that account?
Yes, it is.
When you looked at the subscriber information, what was the name of the person subscribing to this?
Karen Walker.
Did that person provide a phone number?
Yes, they did.
And so when they're subscribing to sign this up, is that often a requirement to provide some sort of phone number or way to authenticate these?
Yes,
Did you recognize that phone number?
I did.
How did you recognize it?
The phone number was linked to an old phone number for Lori Vallow.
Was that her 480 phone number?
Yeah, last ending in 4652.
Okay. So you had seen text messages from Lori Vallow to other family members and people under that phone number
Correct.
in her iCloud account?
Correct.
Did you also know when that account was opened?
Yes, it was opened in April, get the exact date, April of 2019, April 21st.
April 21st of 2019. Would that have been when Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow were now in Houston?
Yes,
Did you also note in the context itself reference to requesting Chad Daybell come out to Houston?
I did.
The state will move to admit 289 pursuant to 803 and 902.
Any objection?
Relevance, Your Honor.
289 submitted.
If I may publish.
Go ahead.
So zoom in a little closer for us. Is this the subscriber information that Yahoo sent? Let me first say, so they send you an authentication, correct? And then they sent you subscriber information. Is that what you were looking at, where you noted a phone number that you recognized as belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes,
And again, this shows when the account was created on Sunday, April 21st,
yes,
but the name associated was Karen Walker.
correct.
Were you provided with a timeline of when this account was used?
I was.
So April 21st through June 26th?
Yes,
In looking at Charles Vallow's iCloud account and cell phone extraction, was this right before he discovered that email?
yes,
Now, some of the emails that were sent starting sort of April 21st were to Brother Daybell, to Chad Daybell.
yes,
And we see up here to Chad Daybell, correct?
correct.
And then we see the date of Sunday, April 21st of
Correct.
2019.
Yes,
And so in this email, do we see that Karen is inviting Brother Daybell to Houston?
yes,
In these messages was a final message, one that you found saved by Charles Vallow on or around June 27th or 28th. This, what we see is Exhibit, again, 289.
correct.
In this message, it's from the KK Walker email.
It is.
So these prior emails, we saw a person purporting to be Karen Walker using Lori Daybell's phone number, writing to Brother Daybell, right?
Yes,
But here we see someone, again, from this same email now purporting to be Charles Vallow.
yes,
again, talking about a Preparing the People conference.
Correct.
And had you heard of the Preparing the People conference before?
I had.
Is that something that Lori Vallow was involved in?
Yes,
And is that something we've heard about through testimony here at court?
we have.
In this, does Charles Vallow, or the person writing this email, again ask Chad Daybell to come out to visit,
Yes.
to help write a book?
Correct.
And so is this then the email that Charles then began reaching out to Lori, Chad, and Tammy about?
Yes.
We had heard from Adam that he also had learned of this. Did you see evidence of Charles Vallow also sending this letter that we see in 289 to Adam?
I did.
Based upon your review of the case and the dates on here, did Charles Vallow begin confronting Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed?
He did.
And did you, in fact, see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell on June 29th and 30th?
I did.
And did you, in fact, see emails that Charles Vallow sent to Tammy Daybell on June 29th and June 30th of 2019?
I did.
At the time, on June 29th, 30th, where was Charles residing at that time?
During that time, Charles was in Houston, Texas.
During that time, where was Lori Vallow?
She was in Arizona.
We have this timeline where Charles Vallow begins reaching out to Lori and Chad's wife about this affair. Was the first time that Charles Vallow saw Lori Vallow after him discovering this email on July 11th of 2019?
I believe so. There was a scheduled trip around the 4th of July, but was canceled. So the next time they would have seen each other would have been the July 11th.
So based upon your review of SMS messages, iCloud accounts, did Charles help Lori move here to Arizona about a week before this email?
Yes.
So he had seen her prior to learning about this,
Correct.
and then when he came out here to see JJ.
Yes.
When you were reviewing, well, let me ask you this. Were search warrants executed to obtain not only Charles Vallow's iCloud accounts, but Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts?
Yes, they were.
Were there two different iCloud accounts that were that search warrants were executed on?
Yes,
Was one of them Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
it was.
And was the other one LollyTime at iCloud.com?
It was.
In reviewing those records, did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Lori Vallow went to Idaho in March of 2019?
I did.
And did you ever find evidence, screenshots of flights that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow flew back to Arizona together on March 19th of 2019? Now, we heard from Adam Cox last week. And he testified about text messages and interactions that he and Charles had leading up to July 11th. When you were going through the extractions of Charles Vallow's phone, did you see text messages between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
Yes.
And did those match what we observed? And I'm going to put up 210 here that was previously admitted. Were these the messages that were previously admitted, Exhibit 210, the same ones you saw in Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes, they are.
Okay. When you were reviewing the text messages or SMS messages for July 11th of 2019, do phones and the extractions advise when a message is received as well as when it's read?
It would show that, yes, in the Cellbrite report, yes.
Okay. So, for instance, we see here a time and a read, correct?
Correct.
So when a message is incoming, it'll show when it's read.
Correct.
Obviously, when it's outgoing, we don't have that, correct?
Right.
So as you were looking at those messages on the cell phone extraction, did you see as Charles is arriving, he's sending messages to Adam?
Yes, that's correct.
And then he receives a message from Adam at 7:36:19,
Yes,
and he read that. I'm going to pull in just a little closer so we can see. At 7:36:27,
yes,
so just a few seconds later.
correct.
And then again, he gets that message from Adam. They're planning something. And did he again read that like simultaneously?
Yes,
And then did Charles send a message within a few seconds of reading that? Absolutely.
correct.
And then again, this timing is just within seconds, like just ongoing conversation.
Yes,
Do we see that just a few seconds later, Adam sends a message to Charles? I was supposed to spend the night at the house last night. She probably blocked that.
yes, I do.
And then again, another 20 seconds later, Charles sends Adam a message, what you do is up to you.
Yes,
Then we see that Adam sends a message back to Charles again within another 17 seconds or something. I'm going to put the pressure to have him come get me now, see what he says. And that was read again, when?
12:13.
And again, did Adam send a second message? Oops. Where he says, okay. And when was that read?
12:13.
And then Adam sends another message now. So these first two were at 7:37:29 and 7:37:39.
Yes,
And those were not read like these other ones almost simultaneously, correct?
correct.
So after Charles said, what you do is up to you, it doesn't appear that he is any longer reading those emails.
Correct.
Or text messages, I apologize. The last text message that Adam sent then at 7:49 and 34 seconds was, me and Zach are going to the Stake Center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him to have a conversation with my old friend, right?
Correct.
When was that read?
12:13 as well.
Is Charles Vallow alive at 12:13?
He is not.
So someone else is reading those.
Yes,
And this is coming from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone.
correct.
Do you know who was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at 12:13 p.m. on July 11th of 2019?
Lori,
How do you know that?
she told us, and she turned the phone back over to us later that afternoon.
Did you ever find any other evidence that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox went through Charles Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019?
Yes,
During this investigation, what we had already heard through Detective Werther, that a search warrant was executed on Alex Cox's Verizon cell phone 480-351-9120. And were you familiar with those records?
I am.
As part of the records that Verizon sent, and this is Exhibit 222 that has previously been admitted, did Verizon provide subscriber information?
Yes,
And that came back to Alex Cox.
correct.
Did Verizon provide phone calls,
Yes,
cell phone data,
yes,
cell tower data?
yes,
And did they also provide some images that were saved by Verizon associated with this phone number for Alex Cox?
they did.
Is that something that is with every carrier?
No, it's hit or miss as to whether you get them or not. Some carriers save them for longer, some save for shorter periods of time. Some don't save them at all.
Were these images, did the images themselves have any type of time date stamp on them?
The image other than itself, it's an image of a phone with a time in the corner of the phone.
Okay.
And it,
So let me I'm going to put up some of these images that were from this. So many of us talk about a screenshot, right? Is this a screenshot?
no,
Why not? How do we know it's not?
because obviously in this case, you can actually see the entire phone, and you also have a counter in the background.
So in this image that Verizon sent, it's showing an actual phone. Have you seen Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes,
Did it look like the same shape as his phone?
yes,
We see a time of 2:13 p.m., correct?
correct.
When you were going through Charles Vallow's phone itself and the extraction, did you see this message between Charles Vallow and Adam Cox?
I did.
Did, in fact, Charles place the flight or book a flight for Adam Cox to come to Phoenix?
He did.
Was there another image showing a closer up of the portion of that call with the flight information for Adam Cox?
Yes,
And did it also include a screenshot where Adam talks about going to see Lori at her house and having a talk with her and keeping his phone on record?
yes,
And were these all messages, text messages, between Adam and Charles that you found on the extraction report?
they are.
And these are images that were saved by Verizon associated to Alex Cox's phone?
Yes,
So the Chandler Police Department had Charles's phone back in their possession by 3 or so in the afternoon of July 11th, correct?
yes,
And it's been in Chandler Police Department's possession,
it has.
and yet the Verizon records for Alex Cox show photographs of Charles's phone and those conversations between Charles and Adam.
Yes,
Now, did you learn in this investigation whether or not Lori Vallow knew the PIN to enter Charles's phone?
I did.
And did she, in fact, provide that to Detective Inclan so that it was easy to get into Charles's phone?
Yes,
So on July 11th, Lori Vallow has Charles Vallow's phone, and she knows the PIN number to access it.
yes,
And it's in her possession.
correct.
Did you ever find evidence that Alex Cox sent those photos of Charles Vallow's phone showing Adam's flight reservations to Lori Vallow on July 13th of 2019?
I did.
Again, we're talking about those iCloud accounts. Did you find that when you were reviewing the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
Yes,
I can have my Paralegal approachment 231. And I apologize, I should have also given you 226 as well. Do you recognize 236 there as the affidavit for the lollytime@icloud.com account information?
I do.
Thank you. We're investigating this case, and you obtained a search warrant for the lollytime@icloud account. How did you authenticate or know that those records were related to Lori Vallow?
So first and foremost, the account lists her phone number in the 956, ending in 9562, associating that number with the account. Secondly, you can go through the content of the account, and you see contacts familiar to Lori. You see text messages where she's texting and people are calling her by her name of Lori. You also have photographs and videos on the account that could all associate that account to Lori.
Did that lollytime@icloud account even include photographs of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's wedding?
I did.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 226, which is the affidavit, as well as Exhibit 231, the photographs.
Any objection?
Relevant, Your Honor.
All right. Give me the numbers again, 226, 231.
226 and 231.
226, 231 are admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
So when we're talking about the iCloud account, are you able to kind of go through this extraction, what is provided to you by Apple, and look for things separated in terms of like emails or text messages or photographs?
Yes.
And then are you also able to then determine both sources and timestamps for some of those things?
You are, yes.
So looking at this report from the Apple iCloud account, do we see the lollytime@icloud as a source?
Yes.
And then we see a timestamp over here of 7:13 at 5:57 p.m.
Correct.
And then this, does that mean that's converted for Arizona time?
The UTC -7 mean it is Arizona time, yes.
Okay. And then we see from Alex Cox, the 9120 number, the one that we were talking about just recently, correct? So in this report, we see that there's 3 photographs that were sent.
Thumbnails of those, yes.
And then were those photographs also obtained or saved in the iCloud account?
Yes, they were.
And so again, showing those, were these the same 3 photographs that you had found in Alex Cox's Verizon records?
They are.
And looking at this, what day was Adam returning?
He was Sunday, July 14th.
So this message, this text message and photographs was sent on the 13th prior to Adam returning.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that timeline and what you understood when we start including all this information in. Based upon your investigation, did you learn that Charles Vallow's phone left the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place around 7:49 a.m. on July 11th?
Yes, I did.
So what we see is it's around the time that Adam sent that last text message?
Correct.
Based upon the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, when she left with Charles's phone around 7:49 a.m., and the 911 call being received at 8:36 a.m., how much time lapsed?
17 minutes? The time?
From 7:49
49?
to 8:36, was that
Oh,
46?
47 minutes?
So if we have heard testimony from Dr. Baumgartner that Charles Vallow, when he was shot in the heart, would have taken up to a couple minutes to die after he was shot in the heart, and Lori Vallow has told Detective Enclan that she left right after Charles was shot, would that mean that Charles Vallow just lay dead on the floor for 45 minutes before Alex Cox called 911 at best?
Yes.
When you were looking at those Verizon cell phone records for Alex Cox, Exhibit 222, did you look at when and to whom Alex Cox called?
I did, yes.
Now, when you are looking at cell phone records, do they often include sort of dates and times of phone numbers, phone calls, durations, and those sorts of things?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to use the back of one of these here. So when we start looking at July 11th, is the first call that we see on Alex Cox's phone him making an outgoing call?
Yes.
And do we see who he calls?
Lori.
So this 480-692 phone numbers that you have obtained a search warrant for, that was subscribed to Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And when did that occur?
7:52 a.m.
So Lori Vallow leaves the house at 7:49 with Charles's phone, and 3 minutes later, Alex calls her.
Yes.
And did that last for
Under a minute, I believe.
under a minute? 49 seconds.
Yes.
Did you look at the next call that Adam Cox made on July 11th?
I did.
Was that what we see here at 8:06 a.m.?
Yes, set for the UTC -7 is 8:06 a.m., and that lasted for 55 seconds.
Who was that to?
Also placed to Lori.
So if Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 with Charles Vallow's phone, how much time has lapsed when Alex calls her this second time? I know it's math. Is it about 17 minutes?
I know, right. 17 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And actually, I think so at this point, has Alex called 911 yet at 8:06 a.m.?
At 8:06, he has not, no.
So at 8:06, Alex Cox calls Lori a second time, and Charles Vallow has now been laying on the floor for at least dead for at least 17 minutes.
Correct.
Understanding that the 911 call isn't made till 8:36, Alex Cox waits another 30 minutes before he calls 911?
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
No,
Neither of her calls, neither of her phones,
none,
not on Charles's phone.
no.
And do we in fact see the 911 call that was made by Alex Cox on these records?
Yes,
And it shows it as, these ones have not been converted, right?
yeah, it's not converted, but the time converting that to the -7 would be 8:35:54 seconds.
So when we see the 911 call, that's the connection time with the dispatch was 8:36, basically.
Yes.
So we knew from Charles Vallow's phone and from body cam that Lori Vallow returns to 5531 South Four Peaks at about 8:48 a.m., correct?
Yes.
As you are looking through these phone records, are you looking to also identify whether or not what people are saying matches what we'll call the digital, the unchangeable evidence?
Yeah.
So you were present when Adam Cox testified, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall him testifying that he called his brother Alex on July 9th to see if he could stay with him?
Yes.
Did you look to see if Alex Cox's records showed if Adam called him?
I did.
So if we looked at Exhibit 222, those Verizon records for Adam Cox, would we see on July 9th at 13:21 hours that Adam called Alex?
Correct.
Did that call last over 20 minutes?
It did.
Did you also hear Adam testify that he tried to reach Alex when he got to Phoenix on July 10th?
Yes.
And again, if we looked at Exhibit 222, Alex Cox's Verizon records, did you see any attempts by Adam to reach his brother Alex?
I did.
Did you see a call on July 10th at 3:22 p.m.?
Yes.
Did that not connect? There was no conversation time.
Correct.
Did you see a text message from Adam to Alex on Alex's records, Exhibit 222, at 3:23 p.m. on July 10th?
Yes.
Now, these records did not have the context of that, correct?
Correct.
But you can see that Adam sent a text message to his brother Alex.
Yes.
Did you see Alex ever call or text back his brother Adam?
Never.
Did you see another text from Adam to his brother Alex in Exhibit 222 at 6:28 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you see a response back from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
We also heard Adam testify, and we saw in those text messages that between Adam and Charles on July 11th that Adam said he was going to reach out to Alex and see what he did, right?
Right.
Did you look at Exhibit 222, these Verizon records, to see whether or not Adam, in fact, had reached out to Alex?
Yeah.
And does Exhibit 222 show that at 7:40 a.m. on July 11th of 2019 that Adam, in fact, texted his brother Alex?
Yes.
Did you see a response from Alex to Adam?
I did not.
So did Alex's cell phone records, Exhibit 222, sort of confirm or match what Adam was saying about trying to reach his brother?
They did.
When you were going through the extraction of Charles Vallow's cell phone, did you ever find a copy of a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks?
I did.
If I could have my paralegal approach with 212.
Okay,
Do you recognize Exhibit 212?
I do.
Is that a lease agreement for 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler that you found in that extraction of Charles Vallow's phone?
It is.
If I could have that back. The state will move to admit Exhibit 212.
Any objection?
It doesn't look like the complete amount, but okay. No objection.
Objection. 212 is admitted.
So, did this sort of photo of a document that you found on Charles's phone show the lease date?
It did.
And when was that?
June 22nd, 2019, to end on June 30th of 2022.
So a 3-year lease.
Correct.
Based upon your investigation, speaking with people as well as just going through Charles Vallow's iCloud account, his cell phone, where was Charles Vallow living in June and July of 2019?
In Houston.
Did you, in fact, find evidence that Charles Vallow had flown to Phoenix on July 10th of 2019?
Yes.
So we had talked a little earlier that in addition to the Lolly Time account, that there was a Lori for Style iCloud account, correct?
Yes.
In terms of the Lori for Style at iCloud account, how did you identify that iCloud account as being associated with Lori Vallow?
Very similar to the Lolly Time account. The phone number ending in 9562 is listed as the subscriber phone number. Also, the content of the phone, looking at photographs, videos, and communication with others. That is also the Lori for Style iCloud is a address that she actually gave to Banner Insurance as well.
Do we see in the Lori for Style two different phone numbers, both the 808-755-5452 and the 480-692-9562 number assigned to that subscriber?
You do.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 224 and 225. And do you recognize 224 as the affidavit from the iCloud records authenticating them?
Yes.
And is 225 some of the SMS or text messages that were saved in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com records?
Yes, they are.
State will move to admit 224 through 225. Oh, 224 and 225, sorry.
224 and 225 are admitted.
When you were going through the Lori for Style iCloud account records, did you ever find any recordings in that iCloud account related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
Did you find a recording from November 17th of 2018 of Chad Daybell in Arizona?
Yes, it was him speaking at a Preparing of People event.
And have we heard testimony from witnesses who attended a Preparing the People conference here in November of 2018?
Yes.
In the Lori for Style at iCloud account, did you find text message or SMS messages saved between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
When you were looking through these records, had you become aware of the name Ned?
Yes.
What was the relevance of that name in your investigation?
Through this investigation, we had learned that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body. And so in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and to the reference and how it was used.
And was this, when we talk about the dark spirit, is this something that through your investigation, as we've heard in court, was a name that Lori had associated or given to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
In Exhibit 225, are these messages in the Lori for Style iCloud account between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox, where they're talking about Ned?
Yes, they are.
Was the first time that you found that reference to Ned from February 15th of 2019 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
And is that where we see Alex saying that Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you? He thinks you are staying with me.
Correct.
And so again, we see the source is the Lori for Style, correct?
Yes.
And we see two. This is Lori Vallow's iCloud account, correct? And that's the number that we have associated with her with T-Mobile?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox's Verizon record.
Correct.
During your investigation on February 15th of 2019, is this the time period where Lori Vallow had disappeared and was no longer in contact with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Is this the time period where Charles had JJ by himself?
Yes.
And do we see then Lori Vallow saying, that's good that he is so off, I guess?
Yes.
The next time we see the reference to Ned is that in March 2nd of 2019, again from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And does he advise, Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car.
Correct.
So again, your understanding is from this investigation, from testimony at court, that Ned was Charles.
Yes.
Now, again, we talk about, there was a time period when Lori is, both we've heard in Hawaii and in Idaho, correct?
Correct.
Do we also see Alex trying to get Lori Vallow's new address?
Yes.
And she gives him a lollytimeforever@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
So that's another address that she had.
Yes.
Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message, is that from Lori Vallow to Alex?
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct.
So it's not even a he, it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
as you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct?
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
Correct.
Does Alex then respond to Lori, what did you learn?
Yes.
That one's from Alex to Lori.
Correct.
And then does she respond, a lot, still working on it, we'll call you later.
That's correct.
When you went through a lot of these records, did you see a lot of reference to telling people to call her?
Yes.
Obviously, we don't have those recordings, right?
Correct.
And so would you often see calls then in the phone records to match up with a request to call?
Yes.
Going back to the Lolly Time iCloud account, was that account created on July 1st of 2019?
It was.
Was that created after Charles Vallow contacted Lori and Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell about the affair?
It was.
When you were going through those Lolly Time at iCloud account records, did you find evidence or find photographs in the Lolly Time at iCloud account showing the change in Charles's beneficiary form for his life insurance?
I did.
Did you see both a photograph of a computer as well as of documents?
Yes.
I'm going to show defense 232. I can have my paralegal approach with 232.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize both the report and the photos that were obtained or part of the records for the Lolly Time at iCloud.com account that was obtained through a search warrant by the police department?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 232.
Any objection?
No objection.
232 is admitted.
And if I may publish. So again, when you are going through these iCloud accounts, just like with the cell phone extractions, are you able to sort of pull out reports and save the documents themselves, both in the report and then print off those documents.
Yes.
So looking at this exhibit 232, do we see, well, that's from the Lolly Time at iCloud account, right?
Correct.
And then we see that on July 28th, that these photographs were sent to a phone number 515-402-0143 with a contact name of Bubby.
I do.
Now let's first go through these records, and then we'll talk about the phone number, okay?
Okay.
So what we see here are sort of the thumbnails. Are these the actual photographs associated or sent in each of these messages?
Yes, they are.
So we see these are MMS messages, meaning there's a photo associated with it.
Yes.
So one of the photos associated with it was this Banner life insurance. Oops, I'm sorry, we're too close. Banner life insurance policy for Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Showing Lori Vallow as the primary beneficiary?
Yes.
And then there was a photograph of the document showing, again, $1 million policy,
Yes.
started in 2015, and the owner insured are Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Then was there a photo of a computer screen?
There is.
And were you able to tell, because you see sort of the icons that you would see at the bottom of a computer screen in this,
Correct.
and a little bit of a glare on it? And is this the designation form that was changed by Charles Vallow that we had talked about previously in court?
Yes.
And so this is a photograph of the computer showing that Charles Vallow, in fact, changed this to Ethel K. Woodcock.
That is correct.
So on July 28th, Lori Vallow is sending copies of this to someone she calls Bubby.
Yes.
Now, did you guys want to find out who Bubby was?
Absolutely.
Did you actually obtain a search warrant to get those phone records from AT&T for 515-402-0143?
Yes, I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 223. Do you see in there, first, an affidavit from AT&T authenticating those records for the 515 number?
Yes.
A thumb drive that contains all of the records that were sent,
Yes.
as well as some of the subscriber information and records.
Yes.
Now, obviously, contact names are just contact names. Were you able to determine who this number was associated with?
Yes.
How?
Once again, looking through the content of the messages that we saw via either photographs sending back and forth or just written content, this person was found to be Chad Daybell. In addition to that, we received an audio recording from a local business in which Chad contacted this business and listed this as his phone number.
So this 515 number, there's a recording of Chad Daybell using this phone number to contact a business.
Yes.
And then the context of the messages that you see in this iCloud account with the contact Bubby confirmed that this was in fact Chad Daybell.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 223.
Any objection?
No objection.
223 is admitted.
So on July 28th of 2019, Lori Vallow is sending photographs of the life insurance policy, original, and the change to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
As you were going through this iCloud account, the lolly time, did you go through many, many, many text messages?
Yes, I did.
Did you note text messages between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox that were saved in that lolly time account?
Yes.
As you were going through those text messages, did you note Lori Vallow giving her brother the new address of 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
I did.
Did you see the messages leading up to July 11th? For instance, one on July 9th talking about being like Nephi?
I did.
Did you see text messages between them even out to August 12th where Lori Vallow talks about going to Social Security?
Yes.
And in these text messages, as you looked at these two conversing, did you see text messages talking about other people being Z's, just the letter, because of their association with Charles?
Yes.
I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 227. Now, these messages in this iCloud account that are in this report, are these all of the messages that they had?
No,
Are these just a portion of them?
they are.
It's ready.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
And if I, oh, actually, can I have my paralegal approach with 227?
Go ahead.
Looking at Exhibit 227, are those just that portion of the SMS messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were saved on the lolly time at iCloud account that we've discussed there? Sort of
Yes, they
leading
are.
up to and right after July 11th.
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 227.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
Right. So let's go through these. So again, we're seeing SMS messages, and we're starting here on July 9th, correct?
Yeah, 3:05 p.m.
And these are from Lori Vallow. This starts the first one, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox.
Yes.
So we see Lori Vallow tell her brother that Mel is bringing Bodie over here for you now, so can you come? Correct?
Yes.
So the 9th is the day that Charles and Adam are making their plane reservations.
Yes.
And do we see that Alex tells Lori he'll be over in a bit?
Correct.
And then as we continue on the 9th, we see Lori respond, perfect, thanks, right?
Yes.
And then Alex has to ask for her address, correct?
Yes.
And so on the 9th, Lori Vallow provides her brother with the address she lives at, 5531 South Four Peaks, correct?
Correct.
And then there appears to be a response from Alex to her AX.
I believe that's probably an attempt to correct the prior state in the above. He spells it AX as well, too. So there's an
From her.
AX below.
Okay. So a little bit later, we see that was at 4:57 p.m., correct?
Yes.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now, at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
I did.
Did you see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow talked on July 9th at 21:56 hours? What time would that be?
9:56.
So 6 minutes after this, for 56 minutes?
Correct.
So 6 minutes after this text message, Lori and her brother have almost an hour-long conversation.
Yes.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
So as you were going through these messages, and let me say this investigation, were you able to get to this like July 12th? You're on it and reviewing all these iCloud accounts?
No.
Did it take a significant period of time to start finding phone numbers and finding iCloud accounts and then writing warrants to obtain them?
Correct. It's an evolving process. You would find one, and then that would lead you to another. So you're continually writing search warrants for other carriers and businesses.
Okay. So when you're reviewing this now, you know the scene and you're understanding some of the case, but you're still putting pieces together.
Right.
Now, were you aware from looking at Charles's phone and the messages between Charles and Adam that they were talking about an intervention?
Yes.
So on July 9th, Adam and Charles were discussing an intervention,
Correct.
possibly recording Lori.
Yes.
And then what we see then at 9:50 at night is Lori telling her brother that they're planning an intervention.
Yes.
So the same day that Adam and Lori were, or that Adam and Charles were talking, Lori is already letting her brother know there's going to be an intervention.
Correct.
And they're trying to get her separate and alone for this.
Correct.
And then there's that long phone call that we don't have recorded, correct?
Yes.
Judge, do you want me to keep going through these or break here? I do have a significant number more.
Yeah, let's
of
go
them.
ahead and take our lunch recess. Almost 12:05. I'll remind the jury to remember the admonition. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jurors.
All right, lunch recess now in session for the jurors and the rest of the court. Day 7 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, and Detective Nate Duncan on the stand right now. So much evidence. Treena Kay is basically saying, I got a ways to go. We are going to keep going with this through the afternoon direct exam. Not a lot of objections. And we are finally, like we talked about this morning, like we've been talking about through the week, all of the text messages between Lori and Chad, Charles, Alex, it's all coming out now.
Right, and they went back as far as late 2018 to talk about the recordings of Chad that were on some of Lori's accounts. Then you get into early 2019, where Alex and Lori are having these conversations about religious beliefs and possessed spirits. Then you get to the summer. Trina's kind of been bouncing around, but I think even for the folks on the stream, let alone the jury, I think they're starting to follow along. Some of the dates, I think, get a little confusing. But remember, the shooting happened on July 11th. So there was a lot of back and forth between Charles and Adam and Alex and Lori around this time. A lot of stuff in court this week.
And we get a look at the detail of the technology, how it works, and how you can see how text messages are received and read. iCloud data, the Lolly Time iCloud. We're going to get into all of that. Thank you to the 3,500 people watching right now, our coverage of the Doomsday Murder Trial. Don't go anywhere. We have our panel on the line. Just so you know, Zoom is down nationwide. We had our panel ready to go, but we still have them ready on the phone right now. We have Mel McDonald, a former judge and prosecutor in Maricopa County, also U.S. Attorney for the District of Arizona, 30 years plus of experience in the courtroom. We have Susan Constantine, body language expert and jury consultant, back with us. We thank her for that. Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho case against Lori Vallow Daybell, and Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney here in the Phoenix area. Thank you guys for getting on the phone and pivoting with us. I'd like to go to Mel first. How damning is this evidence right now?
It is absolutely compelling. What they're doing is they're putting all of the chips together, the pieces together of the puzzle to show the cold and calculated nature of the conspiracy. Months leading up to it, they developed the relationship between Lori and her doomsday beliefs with Chad's. Then they intertwine the children. Then they go with Charles Vallow, and all of the pieces they're putting in, and they're putting those pieces in with the very words and text messages of Lori and Chad communicating with each other.
And Rachel, you've been down this road before because Nate Duncan has testified in both the Idaho trials. This is not a surprise at how all of this evidence is pouring out via text message and emails.
No, the iCloud is exceptionally damning to Lori. It's her own words, and it's very difficult for somebody to fight their own words. And they can't even use the excuse that some defendants try to use, that, the police coerced me, the police made me say it on the video. No, this is Lori herself, in her own words, planning the death of obstacles to her life with Chad.
And we're hearing about the story of Nephi and how, quote from Lori, it'll all come to a head this week. She needs Alex by her. Alex is her protector, her brother. Susan, the jury listening to this, I wish we could get a look at their faces in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's my expertise. So it's really interesting to see how many times that a juror puts that pen to the paper. And at what point in time. So that's really revealing for me as a trial consultant. Facial expressions, yes, shock, surprise, contempt, disgust. All of these micro expressions will leak out without even the jury even realizing that it is showing through these little micro expressions. So that's what I'm trained to look for. And also, again, when the pen hits the paper, why is it important? Who's speaking? What they're testifying to, and then link what they just heard, which is what we call a stimulus or a probe, and when somebody responds. And I look to see when that timing happens, so I can start to see if there's a pattern with not just one juror, but also the entire panel.
Benjamin Taylor, how does Lori cross-examine Nate Duncan? Does she? Should she?
I mean, it's going to be hard to do this unless she has her own expert to say maybe the text messages and all this phone evidence is incorrect. How do we know that you did it correctly in your scientific analysis? Maybe the hours and the dates are wrong. That's the only thing I can really see her really attacking this evidence, because the jurors always believe scientific phone evidence, evidence of GPS, evidence of text messages. But she's going to have to say that maybe her phone got hacked. This is not her that did all these text messages, and some crazy person went in there and had a ploy against her. It's a long shot, but she has to throw something against the wall to defend herself in this case.
Now, Nate Duncan is not just here to talk about these religious undertones and the spiritual beliefs, but really going through the crime scene on July 11, 2019. He talks about blood evidence or lack thereof. Let's listen to bite one.
During the investigation, we learned that Alex had sustained an injury to his head. So with that, made us more aware of potential other blood evidence, and that's why we were looking for that.
Okay. So is that why one of the reasons why you're looking on this gun, to see if there was any blood transferred from him potentially touching his injury and manipulating the gun at some point?
Yes, from our understanding, it was there was some sort of assault with this, or assault with a bat, and then Alex then retrieved to the bedroom to get the gun. So our understanding is if you get hit with a bat and you're bleeding, that you would hopefully bring some sort of blood evidence onto the gun, and then what happens after, there's more blood evidence as well.
So you would have documented that and then made sure it was collected if you'd seen that.
Absolutely.
But here we photographed the gun without any blood evidence on it.
Yes.
Do you also, when you obtain a gun, look at the serial number?
Yes.
Why is that relevant?
We want to know who it returns to, who owns that gun.
And did you determine who owned that gun?
We did.
Who owned the gun, the Exhibit 247, that's Springfield?
Alex Cox.
Okay, so Alex Cox owned that gun, and like Nate Duncan is saying, usually somebody would touch that injury, and maybe there'd be blood evidence on that gun. No blood there, and we know from the narrative by Lori and Alex that there was this fight, and he got hit in the head by a former baseball player, semi-pro baseball player in Charles Vallow. Mel, what did you think of this evidence?
Well, what the messages are doing today, these messages taken from the cloud. The other day I talked about the damaging effect of her indifference. We now have the trails the other day that 40 plus minutes go before anybody even calls 911. So we see how cold she is after the killings. We see the disturbing evidence during it, but now what the text message is doing is letting us know before this ever went down how cold and calculated the people involved in this conspiracy really were. I think the reason this case has captivated Arizona, and not only the Arizona but the country and around the world, I think, is it's difficult to conceive of a mother taking her husband out, taking her kids out, this doomsday justification, and we're limiting with our own eyes witnessing these cold, calculated, paper trail messages that they left. I don't know how she can even begin to cross-examine. You can't, if you try to say, well, somebody hacked into my computer, they've got the video of her cold expressions, leaving after the shooting scene, going for for food, going for shopping, and then showing up at the house. These are all facts that are absolutely compelling, and I would be mystified as to what she can ask. Her cross has been so bad anyway that I don't think there's much she could do, even if she asked some questions.
And Susan, this is coming off the day of testimony. We saw the video of her at Walgreens and Burger King and her demeanor, and that was a big focus. Talk about what that shows up as for the jury, that demeanor that everyone has been saying is nonchalant.
Yeah, so what I call this demeanor evidence, and what they're going to be noticing is what we call an anomaly. And we're looking at, and the jurors will be looking at, based on the context of what has just occurred, her behavior. And her behavior was so inconsistent of what you would consider any normal person would consider as being normal after a horrible event like this. So the nonchalant, she was called being nonchalant, unaffected, detached, and unaffected. And when you're hearing the witness testify to her demeanor, this is going to hold weight because that's actually what they're seeing too. And then also, keep in mind, they have Lori Vallow right there. She's working as her own attorney. So they're looking at her demeanor in the video and how she's responding, and also watching her in court and comparing how she could become, again, detached, unaffected, and so she's playing right into the state's narrative. I love it.
Rachel Smith, I got to ask you about this time frame here that we learned about, June 27th through June 28th, 2019, the emails that were under the disguise of Charles Vallow. In the trial that you worked on, this was brought up, this KK Walker email. Why is this so significant for the court to see?
Those emails establish the affair, and it also establishes, one, Charles's knowledge of the affair, and two, it supplies the underlying basis and need for the underlying motive that Lori and Chad have to get rid of Charles and to get rid of Tammy as obstacles to their future together. It shows Charles knew, Charles tried to tell, which sort of sets in motion Charles's need to go.
A lot of people asked too, do we know if Tammy was ever notified that she knew that this was going on? Charles wanted her to know.
There's evidence to say that the email was opened. There's no evidence that it was Tammy that opened it, and there's no evidence to prove that it was Tammy herself that saw it. So unfortunately, we don't have proof that Tammy knew, at least that was visible in public.
And of course, we know that Tammy is Chad Daybell's first wife, who he murdered in October 2019, and Lori Vallow Daybell conspired in that murder. Chad Daybell made life insurance money as a beneficiary of Tammy's death. Her body had to be exhumed for there to actually be an autopsy months later. Now, Benjamin Taylor, you know Treena Kay, you know how she operates in the courtroom. We had a quick pace, and then here it seems like she's really taking her time. She's getting into every detail. Very, very important text messages. I mean, we could possibly see this go through the late afternoon on this direct exam.
Yes, Justin, these are the key witnesses here, and these are her last couple of witnesses. So she wants to make sure the jurors understand the facts of the case and the evidence, because you always wait to put your main witnesses at the end. The reason why she's doing that, because she wants to hit the home run at the end of the case, which she's doing right now. So these text messages, all this forensic evidence, all this iPhone evidence, this is what she's trying to do, is put the nail in the coffin of Lori Vallow right now. And she's going through it slowly because scientific evidence can be confusing at times. And all these text messages, all these dates, can be very confusing for jurors who've seen this evidence for the first time. Of course, she knows the case. Rachel on the phone, she's done these cases before too, and Mel has too. But, we know the case better. But these jurors, this is the first time hearing the case, so she wants to make sure that she's slow, she's thorough, and the jurors understand every piece of this key evidence to make sure that Lori is found guilty.
And one of those text messages or those exchanges that stick out is in March 2019. We've seen some video of that, but want to hear it. Let's listen to Bite 8.
Now we heard, again, Ned being associated to Charles. Do we have a text message on March 26th of 2019 from Alex to Lori, saying, Ned is still alive, just confirmed?
Correct.
This next message is that from Lori Vallow to Alex.
Yes.
And it says, it's not Ned, right?
Correct?
So it's not even a he, it's it's. And then we have another message, it's a new one, Ned is gone.
Correct.
So is this around the time where we've heard of that girls' weekend,
Yes.
where they were trying to cast out the evil spirit in Charles?
Correct.
As you continued in this Lori for style, do we see again Lori texting Alex saying, no one has seen him, right? Just talk to him.
Correct.
And then Alex says, correct, Charles' body is alive, right?
Yes.
So in your investigation and through the testimony here at trial, have you heard people indicate that Charles's body was possessed by an evil spirit?
I have.
And they're trying to cast out this evil spirit?
Yes.
So here we see that it's not Charles is alive, it's Charles's body's alive.
Correct.
So multiple times now, the jury has heard from witnesses that Charles's body was possessed by a dark spirit. We've heard it from Lori's former friends. We've heard it from her brother, Adam Cox. And now we're getting it solidified in the text messages. We're going to hear about zombie talk. Now, Rachel, you got to do a direct exam on Zulema Pastenis. I remember that very clearly. Someone very big in the inner circle of Chad and Lori to really explain this. I know it took some time, right, to really understand this belief system spiritually and how people can be changed and how bodies have to be essentially destroyed to free. If you could explain this, I know it's obviously bizarre even today.
What Chad and Lori put forth to people who were listening to them was that if a demonic or a dark spirit or an evil presence possessed the body, the person that had originally been in that body, the real Charles, the real Tylee, was no longer alive. That spirit was gone in limbo and stuck. And so that in order to remove the spirit and let the real person go on to their next life, you had to destroy the body. The body itself was a shell that needed to be destroyed. This was a tool in a belief system that they used to get people to participate in these castings. This was a tool that you can see very clearly Lori using to convince Alex to set Alex up for it's not fun. It's Ned or the new spirit, and that body needs to go.
Wow. And we hear through the messages this talk of Nephi, this figure in the Bible or I guess in this religion, the LDS Church. So Mel, you're a member. I mean, what is she talking about when Lori said she's going to be like Nephi and everything was going to come to a head?
Well, if you're a Mormon, you're getting chills with that comparison. The ultra callousness. I mean, what we do, we are having them unfold on paper the justification for cold-blooded murder, and that is that we're going to say they're evil spirits. We're going to attach our identity with prophets of the Book of Mormon and of the LDS religion. And so what she has done, and I think these messages will truly sink in, the darkness and evil of what they've tried to put forward, is they're putting forward the playbook that's justifying cold-blooded murder. That is, they're already evil spirits, so we got to get rid of the evil spirits. Therefore, we'll justify taking the body. Benjamin talked about the home run being at the end of the case. I think we've seen about 5 home runs from the prosecutor so far. Each day, it seems like it gets more chilling than the day before. This is cold and callous.
So you feel like the prosecution is dominating right now?
It's not only dominating; it's overwhelming. I think the only conceivable prayer that Lori ever had was some kind of an insanity defense. And from her dynamic defense that has made a fool of herself, the jury can see she's very intelligent, she's capable on her feet. She's just a whack job, and that hasn't been put in the defense. I will be mystified to see how she can possibly explain the text message. You can't say that the police coaxed me or the police tricked me or something. These are exchanges that are made before the crimes were ever committed. And it lets you know just how twisted and how evil and how malignant their intentions were leading up to this murder.
And when she has objected, I was surprised to see that throughout this testimony today so far, she has not objected much. Maybe for a couple exhibits, she said relevance, and that was basically overruled. They brought that in. And people have noticed that she sort of has this soft-spoken voice when she says things like this, but we don't hear that in cross-exam. People have called a baby voice. Susan, is that something that she may be doing on purpose? I don't know if we can know for sure, but her voice, it changes.
Well, your voice will change just naturally. All of our voices will change when we're talking about things that are, when you're talking about different emotions. I mean, that's pretty normal. But what I think what's happening is when she starts to lose her footing, that her confidence drops and she's feeling trapped or blocked in. And when she's doing that her voice gets more baby-like, almost as if she is scrambling, right? I mean, she's scrambling, but you don't hear the histrionic in her voice. The fact that she feels somewhat defeated, the voice will lower. So what I look for is any sort of change in their vocal tone, their pitch, and their volume that is different from their baseline. Like if I were to identify what her natural baseline is in volume and pitch, when it either goes up or there's an edge to it or it drops, those are what we call points of interest. And that's actually one of the channels that I look for in deceptive indicators for deceptive behavior. So anytime you see that, I think that she's going into that baby kind of voice, is I think that she's trying to gain some empathy maybe from that jury and to soften the blow.
When she's doing cross-examination, though, and she's, like we saw last week, seems to be picking on someone like the woman Charles dated the night before his death. How does that come across? I don't think empathy is being gained there.
No, it's not. But again, remember, you just said that her voice changed and she was a bit more assertive. She can be a little snarky and condescending and curt. And when she does that, it's a turnoff. And when you see that, she goes into her other side of her, which is like the attack, the demeaning, like you don't know what you're talking about. And her way of her defending herself is she starts to get annoyed. And when she gets annoyed, she gets that what we call an edge to her tone. So edge is one of the words, as I shared, tone, and either soft or edge. Those are the two things, the major indicators that I am looking for in vocal tone and volume. When I see that, and it's a change from the baseline, I don't care what it is. It can be anything. When it changes, you need to put your antlers up because something is changing, and that's when we need to take note.
And what we do know is that it took 47 minutes for Alex Cox to call 911. Lori Vallow had already left the scene. She had never called 911, and obviously we know about all the trips she made on the way out and then coming back, and we saw her demeanor. But we haven't heard this in a long time. I want everyone to hear that Alex Cox 911 call.
What's the emergency there?
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law, and I shot him in self-defense.
Okay, let me get the medics on the phone. And is he hurt, or is he alive, or?
Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving.
How long ago did this happen?
A couple of minutes.
Fire department, what is the address of the emergency?
5531 South Four Peaks.
And is that a house in Chandler?
Yes.
And your phone number, please?
480-351-9120.
And just repeat the address to confirm it.
5531 South Four Peaks.
And what is the emergency?
I shot my brother-in-law.
Okay, what part of his body is injured?
In the chest.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious?
Unconscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
I can't tell.
Okay, are you willing to go over to him and check?
Sure.
Okay, do you just let me know if you see his chest going up and down? How old is he?
It's not moving. He's 60.
Okay, and are you wanting to start CPR?
No, I don't know how to do that.
I can walk you through it.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is you're going to put one hand in the center of his chest.
Yeah.
The other hand's going to go right on top of it.
Okay.
You're going to interlock your fingers, keeping your arms straight, and you're going to press down hard and fast into his chest. You're going to go 2 inches down and fairly quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making sure his chest goes up between each compression. Where's the gun now?
It's in the other room.
All right, that is a portion of that Alex Cox 911 call from July 11, 2019. Cox sounds very monotone, and knowing what we know now, there was no CPR done according to first responders and witnesses who have now testified. I'll go to Benjamin. I mean, if this is played, this hasn't been played in trial. With all of the testimony in this, I mean, what is your reaction to that call?
I mean, listening to Alex's voice, he seems very calm and not even hysterical. Like, this is a walk in the park. Like, he's done this before. And I think the jurors will definitely hear the calmness in his voice and not believe him. And we've already heard testimony that CPR doesn't seem like it was already performed or was never performed based upon other testimony prior. So once the jurors hear Alex's voice, and Susan, the juror consultant, you know, she can follow with that too. Jurors are going to listen to this, hear this, and be like, here you have a guy who just shot somebody multiple times, and it seems like, oh, this is another day. So this is really going to hurt Lori. And once the jurors hear this call, this is going to be definitely damaging evidence.
Yeah, Susan, you talk about voice, and what do you think about this call?
Yeah, just to kind of hitchhike off from what you just were talking about, it's you can't fake it to make it, right? So that's the problem. Is when people are being deceptive, they're either paying attention to what they're saying or how they're being presented. So in order for them to be able to be really good actors, they have to be really good at both of them at the same time. So what's happening is he's the rehearsed performance, emotionless response is again is a contraindication because it contradicts exactly what a person naturally would be feeling at that moment. Every one of those jurors that are sitting in that jury box are all thinking, if I were there, I would have seen that, or if I were there, I would have reacted to, or if I were there, I would have felt like. And when they're doing that, so the fact that he is so detached and, you know, he's making some kind of huffing sort of noises in the background, but you don't really hear him losing his breath. There's no change in the pitch of his breath or his breathing. So I call this a psychophysiological channel. And there's no change. It's flat. It's like an EKG blue line all the way across.
Wow, interesting. Now, we haven't heard this yet in court, but I know, Rachel, you have a lot of research that you've done with this case in Idaho when this was being prosecuted. But the defense then, and we don't know what Lori Vallow's influence was on her public defender, Jim Archibald, but at the end in closing arguments, and before that, no witnesses called to stand by the defense, no testimony by Lori Vallow, and then in closings, they put the blame on Chad and how she followed Chad. I don't know how it works in this case if she testifies, or would the automatic approach be throw Alex under the bus?
I think some of Lori's questions have made it as if they're going to try to actually blame Charles. They're going to try to make it sound like that Alex acted in self-defense. Her questions about injuries, the few questions she's asked, trying to get into him being on steroids, him being a danger. I think if she chooses not to throw Alex under the bus, I think she's going to try to call it a family tragedy where Charles went after Tylee and Charles was on steroids and Alex had to defend her and Tylee and himself. So I think we're going to hear Lori try to stick with what she did in opening. We're going to have her not necessarily throw Alex under the bus, but try to make Charles sound like he was on steroids and was aggressive, had hit Alex with a bat, and that Alex had no choice.
And you're right. She does point to the relationship between Tylee and Charles a lot. Even in one of the text messages we saw just now in testimony, we saw where she had a text that Tylee unleashed on Ned because she's referring to Charles as Ned. But at this time, if Tylee were still here, she'd be about 23 years old. She'd be an adult, though. Mel, does the jury wonder, are they going to see Tylee testify on her mom's behalf? Because they don't know what witnesses Lori has or doesn't have and who she's served with a subpoena or not.
Anybody on that jury seeing that little girl come up with Lori on the day of the homicide would have to wonder, where in the world is that witness? The whole defense is predicated on combat or arguments, negativity between her and Charles in the house and all of the interactions. So there's no conceivable way. I think Rachel is spot on Lori's defense in this case. It's got to be what she put in the opening statement. It's got to be that Charles is on steroids, that he is aggressive, that he's aggressive with the 16-year-old daughter, and with the baseball bat and the injury. How if she's going to go on the witness stand, it's got to be a prosecutor's dream. I think the cross-examination will last as long as the trial to date because there is so much ammunition to go after her.
And I believe the jurors' ears perk up when they hear about this affair they're learning about between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at the time in 2019. Mel, yesterday in cross-examination, and I'm sure you heard in the afternoon where Lori got her chance to cross Detective Werther and asked about plans for Charles to date other women and how he had some dates lined up coming up on July 11th. And the judge finally scolded her and said that's irrelevant. How do you think Judge Boreski handled that there? I know that exchange was definitely, it was more heated or intense than others.
I rather suspected he may have been trying to offer a little protection for her. It is so asinine when the jury sees the relationship he has with Chad, an affair, and then now as they're listening to this dialogue, these text messages back and forth, is the conspiracy to eliminate this dark spirit takes effect. I think, and it's the same thing when the girl that he went out with the night before trying to somehow have some kind of moral justification, and he's actually going out with her and the papers haven't been filed. It goes again to reinforce this case ought to be played to any defendant who wants to represent themselves in a trial. You could write a 500-page book on the stupidity and how crazy it is to do what Lori Daybell is doing in this case. So, yeah, I think the judge handled it well. It wasn't going anywhere, and I think she was with a shovel digging her own grave with that line of questioning.
And Ben, we've been seeing the playbook for Lori Vallow Daybell on cross. Some witnesses she'll ask, "Did you personally see or hear me conspire with my brother to kill Charles. And she'll talk about Charles in a negative light, and how he was, basically cheating on her. Now the jury is getting a clear picture that the affair was going on with Chad. Does she address this in cross, or could she ask Detective Duncan, who's seen all the text messages, well, did you see any messages about Charles and his dating life while we were married?
Justin, I think she can go there a little bit, but again, these witnesses are not there to help her. They're there to hurt her. So that's why it goes back to the point of she might have to testify and be able to have the chance to explain away all this evidence, because on cross-examination, it's going to be hard for her to explain because she can't testify on cross. Mm-hmm. And in closings, she might be able to explain some of this in closings, but she needs a chance to be able to talk and look at the jurors in the eye and explain away this damning evidence, or else this nail is getting deeper and deeper in the coffin. So that's why I go back to the theory that she might have to testify to be able to talk and explain her theory of why all this happened.
Yeah, we get back to this question every time, every lunch. Will she testify? Now, if she does take the stand, Susan, tell us what to look for. What will the jury watch for? I mean, that would be gold if she gets on the stand.
Oh, my goodness. Boy, I could do a whole class on this one. But what I would be looking for is what we call cognitive loads, especially when she's being cross-examined. I'd look for any sort of change in her eye blinking, which is showing that she's really thinking really hard. Or maybe she's kind of searching up in the air trying to pull a file down from some, where she's kind of stored things in her own head and looking to see if she's kind of grasping. Also, little micro shoulder shrugs, which is where one shoulder kind of pops up a little bit. And literally what happens with that is that whatever she says before that, you can actually eliminate, because that's part of, that is actually a deceptive indicator. I would be looking for filled pauses, ands and ums and pauses and hesitations. I'd be also listening for her tonal changes in her voice. I would also be looking for her body language to start to become more aggressive, maybe leaning in or maybe even shifting her body language away from the attorney that is questioning her. So there's multiple things. So I look for 3 indicators. Here's the big thing. 3 indicators that are different from her normal baseline in at least 2 channels. Could be the face, the body, her psychophysiology, her voice intonation, maybe in her language. And it needs to happen within 7 seconds of when she's being asked a question. When she's asked a probe or a stimulus question and she's trying to lie and get herself out of it, you're going to see at least 3 indicators in 2 of the channels within 7 seconds. And when you do that, that's a cluster. Those are deceptive. That I actually just wrote a book on. It's coming out here by the end of the year, and it's called How to Spot a Liar in 7 Seconds or Less. And this is the method. It's called scans analysis that I just trained 30 judges in West Virginia.
And I want to ask, why is it important? We see it with detectives turning to the jury when they answer a question. That body language shifts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's okay for, they're just wanting to connect. It's a form of rapport. And also when you make eye contact, people that make eye contact is considered being more believable. So but if somebody's staring, like I would expect that Lori Vallow would do, is that she would use more aggressive eye contact, which is more that frozen stare, stalker-like, intimidating eye contact. There's a big difference between that and somebody that has a confidence in their eye contact, and they hold it for 2 or 3 seconds, and then they break gaze, and then they look at the attorney. So there is a natural I don't want to use the word dance, but it's similar to that. And it happens naturally when you're not in performance and you're being authentic.
Rachel, I got to ask you, if you're Treena Kay and you're heading into this afternoon session to continue exam on Detective Nate Duncan, and we're listening to these text messages with Chad Daybell, we're getting a lot more of him. Which way do you go? You've read so many. There's some bizarre stuff. Like, what play do you call here?
What Treena's doing is using the printout, which is great, rather than just reading the text. There are so many. What she's going to do, I believe, is limit the text to the issues involving Chad, Lori, and Alex, and Charles. So that cuts down the pool of what she's got to use, and she's going to focus them on certain dates and times that are relevant in the timeline she's given us. You will lose the jury if you give them too much. And luckily in this case, there's a ton of evidence she could give them. So she's going to be strategic. She's going to focus them on the dates and times that have been given to the jury throughout the other testimony, and it's going to be very focused on the conspiracy between Lori, Alex, and Chad to get rid of Charles.
She's sort of running down the clock, kind of taking it to her nice and slow, tedious evidence that we're being shown. 2 more witnesses after Duncan. Do you believe, Rachel, that the state rests its case tomorrow?
It depends on how long direct goes. I mean, she's got a lot she could do right now with Nate Duncan. And then you've got Moffitt, who could also go over some more text. So she may break those 2 things up just so it's not overwhelming to the jury. That's the challenge with scientific, technical evidence. You've got to break it up so the value isn't lost. So she will rest tomorrow, but I would suspect Nate Duncan's going to be on the stand the rest of the day. And certainly if Lori tries any cross, because there are some things in those iClouds that Lori could try to use to help her. There are some pretty bland text. There are some text about the relationship that Charles has with other people. So there is some things that if Lori wants to go there, she can. So I think we're going to see a lot of Nate Duncan today and then wrap up tomorrow with the other 2.
And the texts we've seen don't discuss necessarily like a gun or a weapon or a very literal setup. It's very religious. It's talking about very weird, strange stuff. And for the jury, for sure, this is all brand new to them. But Mel, do you think that there's stuff there that's broad and vague and that she could poke some holes in for testimony?
I haven't seen anything yet where she can poke holes in. I think the clear picture that has been made is you have 2 people that are wanting to eliminate obstacles that are in their way. And rather than discuss in terms of killing people, they're talking in terms of these people have already left their bodies. They're evil spirits, and we will go ahead and eliminate those evil spirits. And you couple that with the obvious references to meetings, to the affair, to the relationship. I frankly don't see where, Lori will ask some questions that will probably drag on a little bit. But if there any ammunition that she could use, I haven't seen a single item of evidence that will help her with this exchange. The only thing she might argue is somebody hacked into my account, or that's not me, or somebody else was doing this, but it's not going to be believed.
All right, we do this every day. Let's take our predictions now. Mel, does she testify?
I think she will testify, even though in her voir dire she suggested she may not. Things are looking so bad for her, and I think she loves the public stage so much. I suspect that she'll probably testify. If I were to bet, I'd put 51-49 that she's going to bet.
You didn't say this last week. Okay, so now you're saying yes. Okay. Okay, Susan.
Yes.
Yes, Rachel?
No, Lori likes to be in charge. She's not going to let Treena Kay be in charge of her. Although I got to tell you, I'm hoping for Treena Kay that she gets the shot. That's the prosecutor's dream.
And you'll be living vicariously through her, right?
Oh my goodness, will I be vicariously?
Oh, Benjamin.
Justin, she has to testify. If she wants any chance in winning this case or even getting a hung jury, she has to testify. She's getting punched in the face day in and day out by this prosecutor and by the evidence that Treena Kay is presenting. But so if she wants to even have a hung jury and wants a chance of winning, she needs to take the stand, talk to those jurors, at least get some sympathy out of 1 or 2 jurors to go back in that room and say, hung jury.
Wow. Punched in the face by the evidence. Benjamin Taylor, thank you so much. Susan Constantine, Rachel Smith, and Mel McDonald, the judge. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate you guys back on the panel. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
All right. Oh, man, they're great every time. Thank you to 3,000 of you still watching here. Great questions. Man, we had some hiccups with the Zoom technology. Not our fault, but Zoom down nationwide. I guess hopefully they get that fixed before tomorrow. But thanks to our panel for getting on the phone and talking to us so clearly and so concisely with their knowledge and their insight on this crazy case. So we are getting ready to get back in the courtroom in our real time in about 10 minutes. For you all, that'll be about 40. But Nate Duncan back on the stand today through this afternoon. Like Rachel Smith says, this could continue for a while. He's so much evidence. The text message, you could go word for word, message by message, and just keep on laying out that there is this conspiracy between this group going on as early as March 2019. That is what Treena Kay's goal is. She has scripted questions, but she's smooth with her delivery. And we've also not just heard about the religious undertones of this all, but also the evidence in the house when the crime scene was being investigated. But really what sticks out to me, of course, I think for the jury, getting this for the first time, is learning about Lori and Chad's beliefs and how they talk about Charles in such a way. And we got to play it, Robert. Bite 10, Duncan explaining the Nephi term.
Now, in this message, when you were going through these records, did you recognize or learn who Nephi was?
So in going through this particular message, I knew that Nephi was a figure in the Book of Mormon related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I didn't understand the significance. So I then did some research to find out who Nephi was.
You were present in court when Adam testified, correct?
Yes.
And did his testimony about Nephi being told by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban and that this was a justified killing match with what you had learned when you researched it?
Yes, it did.
And so I think that's just mind-blowing for me, as well as probably the jury, is they see that Lori Vallow Daybell may have seen herself as this figure, that this very important, powerful figure, and that something is going to happen, and that whatever ends up happening, what's coming to a head this week, that is justified. And we know that she's already been convicted of these terrible murders in Idaho. The same thing, justifying those deaths, the trail of death. We're talking about 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, 7-year-old J.J. Vallow, Tammy Daybell, 3 innocent people, and basically the justification that was being brought out was them being dark, their death percentages. And then obviously at the end of these deaths, there was still money that was being collected continuously, hence why we are seeing the Social Security expert and witness in this trial as well, talking about Charles Vallow and those benefits that were taken there, and the life insurance policy. I think for the state, I don't know how much more yes, there is a lot of overwhelming evidence, and like Benjamin Taylor said, she has been punched in the face again and again with all this. We haven't heard a lot of objection. The cross-exam is not, it's weak, and maybe that's because we know what we know as far as context in this case. So there's just it's not looking great for Lori Vallow Daybell. But like Benjamin said, if she testifies and if she's able to get a hung jury somehow, I don't know how is that possible, but we'll see what Lori Vallow Daybell does once the state rests its case and she really has no witnesses to call on. No one that can really help her or benefit her here. And what she's been trying to do is basically villainize Charles Vallow, and the text messages are basically receipt. And the way she's talking about Charles and referring to him as Ned, and later on refers to him as Iplos, and it's not him, but it's his body. The jury has got to be just in shock right now. And this is day 7. Imagine what day it feels like for them in these past 2 weeks that have been going on. All right, guys, so we are going to take a break. In 30 minutes or so, we'll bring you back. We'll chat with you again. George will be back here in a little bit. Chat with you, catch up as we get ready for Nate Duncan to continue his testimonial. See you soon. Everyone, getting back from the lunch recess, Fox 10 investigator here, Justin Lum. Joined alongside with me is George Obie, Special Projects EP, and we had quite the panel today via phone. We're just about to start the afternoon session, day 7 of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Now, this is just getting really good. I mean, this is the text messages evidence that we were waiting for, and there's just message after message after message regarding the dark spirits and the zombies, and that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, this is maybe one of the more confusing cases, one of the more pieces to this case that might be confusing to a lot of people. You start getting into religious talk. But I think because you have so many text messages between the key individuals in this case, the prosecution has already kind of set up what they say is going to be part of their motive case. You will hear and see messages now. It's not just them reading them. They're actually she started to show them on the screen. And so I think that helps with the testimony, the visuals of it. And again, no objections from Lori, that now you're starting to see a clear picture of the motive behind all of this.
That's going to stick out to the jury because we all live on our phones. We text more than we talk on the phone. We're on social media. There's something fascinating about the jurors, for them, I think, getting to see text messages and the mindset of Lori and Alex and what she was saying about her family at the time during this year of 2019 leading up to Charles Vallow's murder. I mean, this is huge, and Nate Duncan is going to be up there for a long time. I think that's why they made sure yesterday too, okay, after Detective Werther, let's take the day, because this day 7, keep Duncan up on there, up on the stand, and just keep going through as much evidence you can pour over.
Well, and obviously he wasn't feeling well. He was apparently sick over this past weekend. So, yes, bringing him in this morning where he's feeling 100%. And also, we don't go into great detail. She does kind of allude a little bit about what some of these religious names mean. But at the end of the day, she just wants to reemphasize that this is part of the conspiracy, and no matter what religion you worship, none of it should justify murder. I think that's just easy on the surface to prove. I think the jury will certainly pick up on that as well.
And the jury doesn't know that she has already used religion to justify the murders of her children and in the conspiracy of the murder of Tammy Daybell back in Idaho. So right now we're going to look at the state seal in the courtroom. We're just about to start the afternoon session, but it's going to be interesting to see how Lori Vallow Daybell, if she does intend to cross-examine Nate Duncan, who's very calm, he's cool, he's collected, and he's got all the information here. He's basically studied her text messages for years.
Well, yeah, he's not new to this type of investigation, but also not new to this case, having testified previously. So that may be helpful to the prosecution, could be helpful to the jurors, that you have somebody who's already testified in this case in another trial. So he knows, what the questions are going to be, how to answer them, and he understands what the prosecution is trying to get across to the jury.
Treena Kay's been waiting for this for a long time. You think about it, the indictment for this charge came down in 2021. It's been 4 years. So a month after Lori and Chad Daybell were indicted for the murders of the kids and in the death of Tammy Daybell. And that was huge because the charges had changed from neglecting a child or abandonment of a child for Lori, and then it changed to concealment and destruction of evidence because they found the kids, and people were just waiting, the public waiting for murder charges, and that came in 2021. Then Chandler followed suit. Then Gilbert followed suit with their charge later regarding Brandon Boudreaux. So to have this case in their hands for MCAO for all this time, all that preparation with Treena Kay and Detective Duncan. I mean, he was literally sitting with her at the prosecution table for this past week. So this is going to be textbook, and you're not going to hear a lot of objections. That's the pattern we see.
Well, and Rachel, who we've had on the panel a number of times, I'm sure would have loved to have had cases like this before hers, maybe just because you see how it plays out in one court in one jurisdiction, how it could play out, in Idaho, for instance. But nevertheless, Idaho was first. Now you have Arizona.
Bring in the jury.
All right, the jury's coming back.
I did put drafts of proposed jury instructions for you guys to review tonight. Obviously, some of those can change depending on what happens with the defense case, but that's at least something for you to get started with. Let's bring in the jury.
Just saw Lori Vallow Daybell walk in.
You can wait until they actually start to come in.
Waiting for the jury to come in right now. But yeah, we saw Lori Vallow Daybell walk in with her big folder of documents. Interesting to see that. Not sure what she does exactly for the lunch recess. Maybe she's sitting with her paralegal in a room having lunch. But right now, this jury of 14 that we have, we talked about it today, the trial fatigue setting in, but I think that they are very aware and paying attention to what Nate Duncan is saying with all of this bizarre evidence that's coming out.
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Can I have the Alma, please? Thank you.
That takes a minute to restart when it's shut down, so.
Wait a second here.
Should be kicking on. I know when it times itself out, it shuts down. You want to email the AV guys just in case it doesn't pop on here in a second.
They were working on something.
They were working on something?
Yes, I don't know what it was, but they.
Okay. Rather than keeping everyone waiting, why don't we go ahead and have the jury go to the jury room? We'll see if we can get this up and running here in a few minutes.
Okay, so there you see some technical difficulties in the courtroom. So we'll be here chatting with you guys. The jury's going to go into the jury room for a little bit. They're going to get that figured out. And then Nathan Duncan will be testifying about really what Mel McDonald called damning evidence. I think that it's just bizarre for them to hear about Charles being referred to as a dark spirit, not being there, not being alive anymore, only his body being alive. And Rachel Smith walked us through that belief system and how they justified murder and how, the body had to be basically disposed of in their mind. And we're talking about Chad and Lori. The jury's only getting an introduction to this now about what she believed in.
And when they're hearing this, I wonder a little bit. We've talked, I know, before about them keeping notes, and interesting maybe to hear from some of them later to find out what exactly they were putting in their notes related to this topic.
Yeah.
Like, are they kind of diagramming,
writing Ned Schneider, Z's,
and again the process of their thinking, like, okay, so what does this have to do with justifying killing somebody or taking them out? And then putting aside this idea that they've already heard of how upset she was, if you will, that she was no longer the beneficiary of the life insurance, or that she wanted, that there was going to be some sort of intervention, or that she was tired of having the kids around, that kind of thing. I do wonder, like, how much of the religious part is going to kind of go over the heads of the jury, or how much they're going to soak that in and use that to determine their decision, possibly next week.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot, and I wish we could see that. That's one thing I do envy, being in the courtroom, to see the jurors perk up and react to this information that they're being introduced to for the very first time. And how does Lori Vallow Daybell explain this or cross-exam? Maybe she doesn't, maybe she just lets Duncan go and get off the stand and move on to the next witness. Only two more to go after.
I will say, if we look at Lori, and we've talked a lot about what she's not an expert in, you could argue that she's an expert in this, in not only the LDS faith, but her kind of offshoot of it, and her interpretation of the inner workings of that kind of thing. She clearly knows a lot more, certainly, than I do about that.
Of course.
So if she were to cross-examine somebody about that topic, she would be well within her purview to do so, and knowing that these witnesses probably aren't as smart as she is on that topic.
I think that's where she gets the entertainment factor. I think that's where she gets the excitement. This is a good example when we saw her cross-exam Serena Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
She asked her about being a Christian and what she knew and certain scriptures. It was almost like a flex.
Yeah.
Like, I know more about this religion than you, and like basically what you've just testified to, it's really not as crazy as it may sound, trying to like normalize it. And I don't know.
Is that what she does? Diffuse that part of it and say, look, it can be complicated and we're getting into the weeds of it, but there's a method to the madness, if you will.
Right. Because she just talked about how Charles was becoming aggressive.
Yes.
And intimidating, and she's brought up the HGH that wasn't tested for, and testosterone. And so in her mind, in her narrative, Charles is the villain, and he's the bad guy, and he's the bad husband and cheating on her. So these text messages are coming out about him being a dark spirit, but she never does say in the text messages, hey, Alex, I need you to bring your gun, and you're going to stay with me on July 10th overnight.
Yeah, I mean, Adam would have been I think someone who had an understanding of all of that may have been her best option to do that, to maybe normalize this. It's hard to say that, because I don't know that there's any way to normalize using that as a justification to kill these people. But
he didn't believe it. He didn't buy into whatever she was saying about herself and how powerful she had become, and that's what really strained the relationship.
And I'm guessing that's something that is that a door you want to open, because again, maybe Adam at the end is like, look, this is all fine and dandy, but that there's still nothing in any of these scriptures that says it's okay, to take somebody out or take their life because they're quote unquote possessed or they're zombies.
And Charles and Adam were trying to get this family intervention. I mean, they knew what they had to do, which is get a recording of her saying this stuff.
Yes.
And then get it to the stake president. And then maybe that would do something. In their mind at the time, that was the intervention. That was the solution to stopping her from... I still don't think that they were predicting a shooting. I just don't think that that's what they were thinking, that Charles was going to get shot and killed.
Yeah, I don't even think that they thought that her extreme beliefs, as that's the correct term, we've used that a lot. I don't know that they ever thought her extreme beliefs would have put the children in harm's way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even Charles in danger. I don't know. I guess you would need to see or hear something using the words kill or death or deserves to die, something. I never saw any of that. I still haven't seen any evidence that yet anyway, where it kind of alludes to going off the deep end like that. But again, they know her better. And if you know someone that well and you see them take a sharp left from this straight line religion that everyone in the family is worshiping, then yeah, maybe they did notice some things that just weren't healthy. But again, I don't know that anybody could have predicted the outcome.
And as we recap the morning session and get ready for Duncan to continue his testimony, we got to hear more of this. And shout out to our team here, cutting sound bites and getting us ready for what we are going to listen to and expect to hear more of in elaboration. Robert, let's listen to bite 9.
So at 9 o'clock on the 9th, do we see a message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox? So the plot thickens, call me when you can.
Yes.
Now at that point, when you looked at phone records, did you see any call between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox initially after this first text message?
Not after that first one, no.
So about 47 minutes later, on July 9th at 9:50 p.m., does Lori Vallow send her brother Alex Cox a message, getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and store it or secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. When you saw that message, did you ever check Alex Cox's cell phone records to determine whether or not there was a phone call after that?
Okay,
I did.
And this was
All right,
some
here we go.
of the
Testimony
SMS
continues.
or text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox that were collected from her Lolly Time iCloud account.
Correct.
Okay. And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th referencing the intervention.
Yes.
And we had discussed the text messages from July 9th discussing Nephi.
Yes.
Those messages also referred to Mel, correct?
Correct.
Now, as we go to the next page of this report, for the 10th of July, do we then see text messages between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox talking about meeting up for lunch with Mel on July 10th?
I do.
And then as those messages go along, does Lori Vallow in fact invite Alex over to her house?
Yes.
And he advises, okay.
Yes.
Are there any text messages between them on the 11th of July?
There are none.
Now, the next messages that we show in this, and again, these are not all of the text messages, correct?
Correct.
Is from the 13th of July, correct?
Correct.
And it says, need you, Adam is freaking out. Based upon your understanding of the case and the testimony of Adam Cox, is that when he found out Charles Vallow was dead?
That is correct.
So this one is from Lori Vallow to Alex saying, need you, Adam is freaking out.
Yes.
Again, as we kind of go through what was relevant, and we're not saying these are all of the text messages, on August 12th, do we see a text message from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox saying, at Social Security?
Yes, you do.
Based upon your information and review of the case, were you familiar with August 12th being the date that Lori Vallow went to Social Security to apply for survivor benefits?
Yes.
Told us that when you were looking through these messages, we had originally looked at some of the messages from the Lori for Style account. And you had looked for messages involving Ned, correct? When we heard testimony from Serena Sharp, do you recall her using the word zombie?
I do.
And that she indicated that that was a term that Lori used.
Correct.
And it referred to something to do with the possession.
Yes.
As you were looking through these messages, did you ever see Lori referring to people as Z's
I
or
did.
Z?
Just the single letter Z.
Single letter Z. And so when we look at these messages, Exhibit 227, do we see starting on September 3rd, a message from Lori Vallow to her brother Alex Cox saying bad news on our brother.
Yes.
And Alex responds, what's that?
Correct.
And she says, Z.
Yes.
And does Alex then say, really, when was that?
Yes.
As that conversation continued on that September 3rd, does Lori tell Alex as of early January?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding, based upon both testimony from people like Kay Woodcock as well as your own investigation and testimony from Christina Atwood, that sort of in February and March is when Lori Vallow disappeared?
Yes.
So she's now saying her brother has been a Z as early as January. Does then Alex Cox respond back to her? That explains his interest in Charles.
Did you say her brother? I think as far as Z or Zach. Zach is
Her brother
yes.
first.
Yeah.
So initially she's talking about her brother, right?
Correct. Yes.
And so in this conversation, as we start through, Lori is telling Adam or Alex that their brother is a Z, correct?
Correct.
As early as January, and it's tied to Charles, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the next text from Lori Vallow to Adam says, Ned recruited him shortly after. This is why, right?
Yes.
She then goes on to say he's part of the 24, correct?
Yes.
And Alex says, that makes sense. Wow.
Correct.
Does Lori then go on to speak of more Z's?
She does.
Does she in fact say, again, still on this September 3rd conversation, more sad news, guess who is the final Z of the 24?
Yes.
And Alex questions if it's Pops or Brandon.
Correct.
And then Alex also says, Zach. Oops, may not be showing yet, sorry. So Lori tells, guess who the final Z of the 24 is, right?
Correct.
And we see from Alex, he guesses Pops or Brandon with a question mark.
Yes.
And then Alex also responds, Zach.
Correct.
And sort of the times here are close in time.
Correct.
We have 10:20:29 and 10:20:43. Lori responds, nope, think of Judas, who loved me completely then turned against me.
Yes.
And then we see Alex saying, tell me.
Correct.
And Lori Vallow says to Alex, yes, our sweet Zach, he is in paradise, the real Zach. It makes final sense.
Can you push that up a little further just to verify? That is correct.
And does Alex then ask Lori, his sister, when this happened?
Yes.
So we're still on this same date. And does Lori then tell Alex about the time he turned, makes sense, he being dedicated to Brandon and Ned?
Yes.
So again, we're still seeing this reference of Ned being Charles.
Correct.
And so now they're tying Adam, Zach, and Brandon with Charles.
Correct.
And so do we see again, so from Alex to Lori, so February.
Yes.
And again, is this around that time period where Lori Vallow disappeared,
Correct.
left JJ with Charles,
Yes.
and we had heard in the interview that the defendant gave with Detective Ann Clan that she told her about her just leaving and disappearing.
Yes.
As that conversation goes on, does Alex then say, how did Zach die, or was he forced out?
He does.
Previously in the Lori for Style, had we seen again a reference of Charles' body being alive, but Ned being gone?
Yeah.
And again, we've heard people testify as to Charles being possessed by that evil spirit.
Yes.
And the unknown of if that spirit went away, what that would mean for Charles.
Correct.
So this conversation then, after Alex asked Lori, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? Does Lori go on to say, it's crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24, right?
Yes.
And then she also tells Alex, forced out, I think.
Correct.
And did Alex then say, with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back?
Yes.
And Lori, and he said, So throughout this time period, from February of 2019 up through September after this, are we still seeing Lori talking about Charles being dead?
Yes.
This concept of Z or zombies?
Correct.
And others that seem to have helped Charles were equally dark.
Yes.
On the day, or the day leading up to, as well as on the 11th of July, so July 10th and 11th, did you, in looking at the reports for the Lolly Time iCloud account, see messages between Lori Vallow and her sister Summer?
I did.
In those messages, did you see Summer providing updates as to the location of Adam and Zach on the 10th?
On the 10th, yes.
And did you also see Summer providing information about a place for Lori to stay?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 287. Do you recognize Exhibit 287 as some of those text messages between, from Summer, Lori's sister, to Lori on July 10th, advising about Adam and Zach?
I do.
State will move to admit 287 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
287 is admitted.
Now, just so we understand again, how is Zach related to Adam?
Zach is Adam's son.
And so we heard Adam say that when he came down here, Zach was staying with his parents.
Yes.
And Zach ended up actually flying home with him.
Yes.
So on the 10th of July, we see, again, this is instant messages now. Is that another type of data that could be saved in the iCloud account?
Yeah, yes, it can.
So in these instant messages, we can see who it's from as a contact of Some, right?
Correct.
And Adam had told us that Summer was sometimes called Some.
Yes.
And then again, contact the 480 with the last numbers 9562, is that Lori Vallow's?
Yes, it is.
So instant messages between Lori Vallow and Summer.
Yes.
So on July 10th at 2:04, Summer's asking if Lori can talk.
Yes.
And then about 34 minutes later, does she advise that Mom is in the car with Adam and Zach on the way home from Sky Harbor?
Correct.
And so we knew that Adam came in early afternoon on the 10th, right?
Yes.
And then Summer tells her sister, Lori Vallow, she wanted to know if she could confront him as a preemptive strike. I told her no, just to collect info.
Yes.
So we know from the 9th, in that conversation or that text message by Lori Vallow to her brother Alex, that she's aware there's an intervention about to happen.
Correct.
And she is rallying the troops around her.
Correct.
And her mom is asking if she can help by doing a preemptive strike.
Yes.
Then do we see an instant message also on the 10th at 2:43 from Mimi. Adam thinks Melanie left for Utah today because that's the last he knew. I just left it that way.
Yes.
Again, going back to that July 9th message, did Lori tell Alex that Mel had to stay and she couldn't go to Utah?
Yes.
As Summer continues updating Lori Vallow on July 10th at 2:48, does she tell her they're headed to Mimi's house?
Correct.
And then as we continue on at 7:10 at 3:29, does Summer provide an update again that Zach and Adam are headed to a Spider-Man movie and the time that is happening at?
Yes, they do.
Then on 7:10 at 4:56, we see again a message from Summer. I think so, just me and the kids here. Right?
Correct.
Or M. Then we see a reference to JJ at 7:10 at 6:25 that he left his wrist brace and ukulele there, right?
Yes.
At 6:26 p.m. on July 10th, does Summer then offer Lori that she could stay at her house?
She does.
She tells her, would you rather stay here this week while we are gone? That way no one would know you were here. We can tell Zach we are putting Zeus in a kennel.
Correct.
So she's willing to lie to Zach so her sister can stay at her house and have no one know where she is.
Apparently.
Then she continues to update Lori that at 8:10 p.m. on the 10th that Zach and Adam are still here playing Phase 10 and eating, right?
Yes.
And as the night goes on, Summer then advises that, again, keeping her updated where Adam and Zach are.
Correct.
Did this message say, again, that Adam was waiting for Al to text him back?
Yes.
So again, we knew Adam was thinking he was staying with Al, right?
Correct.
And then finally at 8:54, we see Adam and Zach just left to go to Mimi's.
Yes.
And so we heard from Adam that they stayed with his parents.
Correct.
And then on the 11th, did we just see instant messages from Summer reaching out to Lori saying, how's it going today?
Yes.
No responses on those.
No.
Now, we've seen a lot of this mention of Melanie, or Mel, and when Adam testified, he told us that his sister's daughter was Melanie Boudreau at the time, correct?
Correct.
In the lollytime@icloud.com account, was there a contact name for a Mel B, or Melanie B?
Yes, there was.
And did you learn who Melanie B was in this contact list?
That was Melanie Boudreau.
So we see a mention of a Mel in that July 9th Nephi text to Alex, right?
Correct.
And we see other mentions of Mel throughout these other text messages that we've had,
Yes.
including the need for Melanie or Mel not to go to Utah, correct?
Correct.
Show defense 228.
Go ahead.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 228. Looking at 228, are those some of the text messages from the 9th and 10th between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on the Lolly Time?
Yes, they are.
And do those, again, involve sort of Melanie staying here in Phoenix instead of going to Utah,
Yes.
as well as updating on where Charles is and where Al is?
Correct.
State will move to admit 228.
Any objection?
No objection.
228 submitted.
So we had talked about earlier that there are a lot of times where we see sort of the call me things sent. When you first look at this 228, the messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie B on July 9th at about 7:21 p.m., do we start with a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about the Alex message, let me grab that one. Sorry, right here. When we look at 227, we see messages with Alex Cox that are a little bit later, where we're talking the plot thickens, call me when you can, right?
Correct.
So these messages to Melanie B occur before, but it's the same sort of thing. So the plot thickens, call me when you can. We see a message from Lori to Melanie, need to talk to you ASAP, right?
Correct.
And then I'll call you in 5, finding out what to do. Correct?
Correct.
And then a response of K.
Yes.
As sort of the night goes on, we see some sort of messages of Melanie updating Lori of where she is and what's going on, right?
Correct.
And then we see from Lori telling Melanie at 8 o'clock, you can't go tomorrow. It's a setup for both of us, still on the phone, finding out the details.
Correct.
At that time, she hasn't sent the message yet to Alex, correct?
Correct.
So the Nephi message has not gone out yet.
Yes.
So then we see Lori Vallow sending to Melanie B, they have an elaborate plan, I'll call you soon.
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Then as the time goes on, we see a message again, now from Melanie saying, I could take all the babies and drive and take our stuff.
Correct.
But Lori responds, you can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves, right?
Can you move that up, please?
Sure, yes, sorry.
That is correct.
So Lori's telling her you can't go.
Yes.
And this is where then we see a message from Lori Vallow to Melanie B. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
And that's where Melanie B. says, probably why I felt sick about going, even when told to plan to go.
Correct.
And then again, we see another call me, right?
Correct.
Now, when we look at timing, we know again, when we go to 227, that the plot thickens to Alex is at 9:03, right?
Yes.
And so now we also have the plot thickens also sent here where they're talking.
That's to Alex.
Sorry, that's Alex, yes.
Right.
So as the night goes on, 9:28, this is sort of in between those messages to Alex as well as before the Nephi one.
Right.
And do we see here that Melanie says, I can lay at my house if I need somewhere to go. And then she goes on to say, I think I'll tell him I don't want to get the kids sick, so I'll go lay down at Mimi's, then gym, temple, and lunch.
Yes.
So she's going to pretend to be sick, but she's going to go to the gym, temple, and lunch.
Correct.
Then she continues to sort of advise what's going on the 10th and tell Lori, is it better for me to stay here or leave, do you think? So she's getting her direction from Lori.
Correct.
And then from Melanie, she advises Lori, Adam and Charles don't come until tomorrow, right? Or she asks her. And then she says, Brandon said it's okay, we can get in a flight tomorrow or whenever you're better.
Yes.
So on the 10th, Melanie asked if Charles and Adam are coming in, right?
Yes.
And Lori tells them they both come tonight. Correct?
Yes.
So she already knows that Adam is coming and that Charles is coming.
Yes.
Does it go on? Okay. This is from Melanie. So today doesn't really matter, but I'm here. I have the kids tomorrow, and that could make it easier for them. So I should probably be sick again tomorrow, question mark?
Correct. Correct.
And again, does Lori say, I think so, but I think they're moving their plans to tomorrow since they will still try to get rid of you.
Yes.
Then there's a discussion from Melanie about wanting to go to this wedding.
Correct.
And Lori saying, I know, baby, I'm so sorry. This is important to your mission, even though I know it's hard to just sit there.
Correct.
So she's given her a mission to pretend to be sick.
She has a mission, yes.
Then we see from Melanie, I just got to the gym, but do you want to do lunch after? What's your day look like? Are you going to Glendale?
Correct.
So we can see a plan going here where she's pretending to be sick for Lori, but they're meeting up.
Yes.
Lori says, yes, let's do lunch. I'm not going today.
Correct.
Then they discuss sort of meeting up. And as we go on in the 10th, is Melanie advising her that Brandon's been here the whole time. He's been on the phone and texting the whole time. I told him I'm trying to get on a flight tomorrow, but he thought the wedding was tomorrow, so he was surprised it's Friday.
Correct.
And Lori tells her maybe she can go tomorrow night. So on the 11th, Lori Vallow already knows by the 10th, Lori Vallow was already knowing, but by the night of the 11th, Mel need not stick around.
Correct.
So she needs to be there in the morning, but maybe you can go tomorrow night on the 11th.
Correct.
And then we see, again, Melanie, maybe I'll tell him I'm not going at all, and then I just end up going Thursday night, but his plans are canceled. And again, so July 11th is Thursday, right?
Yes.
Lori then tells Melanie, I don't want you to regret not going, right?
Correct.
Melanie checks in on Lori. This is still the 10th. How are things on your end? And also, I don't want to regret not going. Meanwhile, I'm over here dreading packing and playing sick, right?
Correct.
So she confirms that she's doing this for Lori to distract Brandon.
She's not really sick, yes.
Then we see Melanie saying, packing for the move, that is, and then asked to be, will you clear me?
Correct.
So still on the 10th, as we get to 6:47, we have Lori telling Melanie, sure, I'll work on you now. Do you want to come over for a blessing?
Correct.
And this is where we then see Melanie ask, sure, I can, but is Charles coming? Is Al there? Right? And so Lori lets her know that Al is here at 7:18 p.m. on July 10th, right?
Correct.
And Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Yes.
So at 7:18, everyone sort of knows Al is over at Lori's, Charles isn't there, he'll be over the next morning.
Correct.
And then we see Melanie say, I'll head over, right?
Correct.
This next message is from the 11th, correct?
Yes.
And we see her tell Lori again, Zach is here, right?
Correct.
And again, now it's closer to 8. He just acted like he was coming over to get his mail. He told Brandon, oh, hey, Adam's in town. And Brandon acted like he didn't know. I asked if he was moving in with Adam Cannon, and he said he doesn't know yet. And then do they confirm after that, I can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and be back Saturday afternoon?
Correct. And those two prior messages, you can see the time frame of 7:48. Obviously, the event has taken place, and they're not read until 1:38 in the afternoon.
Okay. So, yes. So, this is at the 7:53 a.m. when this is sent. That is after Lori Vallow has left the house with Charles's phone in his car.
Correct.
And it's read at 1:28 after Lori Vallow has been interviewed and released back in Charles Vallow's SUV.
Yes.
And they go over to Alex's house.
Correct.
So when you're trying to put this case together, you're having to pull all these different text messages to see when Lori knew what she knew and who she was directing to do things, correct?
Correct.
As you were looking through these messages, were you also having to figure out who some of these people were?
Yes, I was.
We had talked about that phone number, the 515 number that was listed as a contact of Bubby. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And that you, through looking at the iCloud account, the text messages, the call that was made by Chad Daybell using this phone and recorded, that Bubby contact name is Chad Daybell.
Correct.
When you were reviewing those iCloud accounts, does every text message always save in them?
They do not, no.
So did you also have to look at phone records to see if those matched up or if there were missing records?
I did.
And we talked about, obviously, phone calls are not saved in the iCloud account, right?
Correct.
So when you were looking at those Chad Daybell phone records, did you look to see on the morning of July 11th of 2019 if there were any text messages or phone calls made between Chad Daybell's Bubby phone and Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do those records show a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone on July 11th of 2019 at 6:06 a.m.?
Yes.
And those are all in the records that we've previously admitted.
Correct.
Was there another text message from Lori Vallow's cell phone to Chad Daybell's phone on July 11th at 6:12 a.m.?
Yes.
Was there a text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:01 a.m.?
Correct.
And another text message from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 7:33 a.m.
Yes.
So those phone records don't show us the content of those.
No, it just shows that the message they were communicating, but her iCloud will not show the actual content of those.
Okay. Looking still at that Exhibit 223, as well as Exhibit 223, which is the 515 number associated with Chad Daybell, and looking at the T-Mobile records for Lori Vallow, Exhibit 220, did you look at those two records to see if there was any calls or text messages between Chad Daybell's phone and Lori Vallow's phone after Charles was shot on
Yes.
July 11th?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between those two phones, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, on July 11th at 12:39 p.m.?
Yes, there was.
That lasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
Correct.
So that would have been after Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police and brought back to the residence.
Correct.
Was there no other phone call on July 11th of 2019 from Chad Daybell's phone to Lori Vallow's phone at 2:28 p.m. that lasted a little over 11 minutes?
Yes.
Is that around the time that Detective Enclan was calling Lori to have her come back to 5531 South Four Peaks?
Yes, it was.
Did you see another call between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell at 5:42 p.m. that lasted for over 30 minutes?
I did.
And did you see another call between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019 at 7 p.m. that lasted approximately 11 minutes?
Yes.
And did you see a final call on July 11th between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow at 7:54 p.m. that lasted a little over 13 minutes?
I did.
When you were looking at the text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, or contact name Bubby, that you located in those Lolly Time at iCloud account, did you notice a romantic relationship between them?
Yes, I did.
Prior to Charles being shot and killed on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad under any of his contact names that you knew of to Lori Vallow?
I did not.
After Charles's death on July 11th of 2019, did you see any open and obvious romantic messages from Chad Daybell under any of his contact names to Lori Vallow?
I did.
Now, were there many messages and between Lori Vallow and contact name Bubby or Chad Daybell?
Yes, there were.
And again, those are all part of that, recovered as part of the search warrant on the Lolly Time at iCloud account.
Yes.
In these text messages, did Chad write I'll call it, romantic story about Lori and himself that he texted and emailed to her?
He did.
Did he have other names for them?
I believe the names were James and Elena.
Did that story seem to sort of at least match the timing of when they met?
It did.
Were some of them more promiscuous?
Yes.
Did they also include conversations, though, about people like Adam and Brandon?
They did.
And about Ned?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with 229. Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 229.
Any objection?
Just relevance to the conspiracy, Your Honor.
All right, the proper foundation's been made. I will admit 229.
229.
229 is admitted.
So we've talked about Adam and Brandon, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the first message in this Exhibit 229 is from July 13th, so 2 days after Charles was shot and killed?
Yes.
And do we see, at this point, Chad is asking Lori, how did Adam and Brandon find out?
Correct.
And again, on the 13th at 9:51, we see Lori telling Chad, my mom, because she was so mad, she went off on Adam.
Correct.
And again, when we go back to Adam's testimony, did he indicate he learned Charles had died on the 13th?
Correct.
And that he got in a fight with his mom?
Yes.
At that point, do we see then a message from Chad asking, did he have much to say in his defense?
Correct.
And Lori responds, he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic.
Yes.
So we had learned that Adam had been speaking with Charles and that he hadn't told his family about this intervention, right?
Correct.
And that after this, he said he lost basically all contact with his family.
Yes.
And this seems to sort of confer with that.
Correct.
Do we then see a switch over from talking about Lori's family to now Chad talking to Lori about being deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily?
Yes.
And do we see, again, messages to and from Lori and Chad talking about sort of their love for each other?
Correct.
So prior to this, you really had not seen this open, obvious discussions about their relationship.
I had not.
As the time continued, did you continue to see, again, messages of love, as well as a lot of calls?
I did.
although we won't read through everything here, is this sort of part of that story you're talking about of James and Elena starting in November?
Correct.
And is November when the Preparing the People conference was here in Arizona of 2018?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony from witnesses that Chad Daybell was there.
Yes.
And you found actually a recording on the Lori for Style of Chad Daybell at the Preparing the People conference in November of 2018.
I did.
As we get to July 14th, do we see Chad then talking about cleansing the Houston house?
Clearing the Houston.
Clearing the Houston house, sorry, to remove the darkness he caused.
Correct.
So who was living in Houston?
Charles.
And had you seen and heard people testify that Charles was considered dark by Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And again, we continue to see the affirmations of love,
Yes.
the cheek to cheek and loin to loin.
Yes.
Again, more conversations both of love in text messages as well as phone calls.
Correct.
As we continue on the 14th, did Chad, let me ask you this, where was Chad Daybell living in July of 2019?
In Idaho.
So Chad is living in Idaho, and you told us that you had seen flights of Lori to Idaho and Lori and Chad to Arizona in March of 2019?
Yes.
He's asking Lori, did everything go smoothly in ending the hotel stay and getting the car returned?
Correct.
And so we see Lori responding to him, I guess I turned in the car, but I don't know what the police did at the hotel, probably just left it.
Correct.
And so we know that the police got the key card from her and went and cleared out the hotel room?
Yes.
Do we see, again, a continuation of that story that Chad was writing to Lori Vallow?
You do.
And that continues through most of this till apparently Chad needed a shower.
Correct.
Now, as we again continue through this, are you seeing sort of every day multiple texts of love between these two?
I am, yes.
And again, going through the 17th, 16th, 17th, again, more affirmations of love, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know on the 15th of July is when Lori Vallow had called Banner Life Insurance to indicate that she was the beneficiary, right?
Correct.
And on the 18th is when she learned that she was not.
Correct.
So in Exhibit 229, do we see on July 18th at 12:18 Arizona time? So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to whom, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Yes.
So on July 18th, after she talks with Banner Life Insurance, Lori tells Chad she's not getting the life insurance.
Correct.
But she tells him she's getting $4,000 a month from Social Security.
Correct.
Now we know from Lori Vallow's text to Alex that she went to Social Security on August 12th, correct?
Yes.
And we also had testimony from Social Security about that.
Correct.
But here it is on July 18th of 2018, and she already knows she's going to get money from Social Security.
Correct.
Again, do you see a lot of additional continuing everyday multiple affirmations of their relationship?
I do.
And this email or this report just went through the July 18th where we have that message about the Social Security.
Yes.
Did those affirmations continue on after that?
Yes, they did.
So now that Charles is dead, there's a very open texting and calling relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Now, we had indicated that there were multiple contact names that were associated in the Lolly Time iCloud account to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
While you were looking at these text messages in the Lolly Time iCloud account, did you locate any for a contact name Melanie 2 with the number 2?
I did.
And in reviewing those messages, did you identify them as coming from Chad Daybell as well?
Yes, the number linked to that contact of Melanie 2 was for Chad Daybell.
Did you even see a message from Melanie 2 with an attached photo showing Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And were all those, not all of them, were there a substantial number of those messages between Melanie 2 and Lori Vallow, the same sort of romantic discussions that you saw between contact name Bubby
Yes.
and Lori?
Yes.
When you were looking at the conversation between Chad Daybell as the Bubby contact, we saw a discussion about life insurance, correct?
Correct.
Did you also see a conversation between Lori and Melanie 2, aka Chad, about life insurance?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 288 and 230. Looking at 288 and 230, are those both one of the messages that is from Melanie 2, contact name, to Lori Vallow that was had an attached photo of Chad Daybell and another individual?
Yes.
Was that some of the information used to verify that this Melanie 2 was in fact Chad Daybell?
It was.
And then in 230, is that some of the SMS messages showing both that same romantic relationship as well as that conversation about the life insurance?
Correct.
State will move to admit 288 and 230.
Any objection?
Just the relevance, Your Honor.
288 and 230 are admitted.
So starting with 288, was this, again, a message, an MMS, so meaning there's an attached photo with it, right?
Correct.
That occurred on July 17th of 2019 from Melanie 2 contact name. And it said, I took a photo with Alan Osmond for Mark.
Correct.
And when we looked at the photo, did you ever learn what Chad Daybell looked like?
I do know what he looks like, yes.
Is that Chad Daybell?
Yes, it is.
So this is the person that she has been texting all the romantic love affirmations with right after Charles died.
Yes.
2:30, again, we see the same sort of romantic contact between them.
Correct.
And so this is, again, July 18th now, going on with another contact name for Chad Daybell in Lori's phone.
Yes.
And again, we see it's the Lolly Time iCloud account, right?
Correct.
When we get to July 18th, this one, though, is an earlier. For the Bubby one, we saw that it was a noon time message, right?
Right.
And so we learned that Lori received a email indicating she was not the beneficiary, and later she had a phone conversation.
Correct.
Does this one appear to be sort of the earlier one because it references, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ.
Correct.
Did that conversation go on? Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out.
It did.
And did Lori then tell Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday, I could check the email sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
Correct.
So we had seen, in fact, photos what appeared to be from a computer that were sent to Chad Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Showing that beneficiary change.
Yes.
So does that seem to match with, again, what Lori's telling Chad here about finding out who got that money?
It does.
Does Chad then say, it seems you would have to agree to change, maybe the name was forged, you should have a good paper trail to prove it, right?
Correct.
So he's trying to help her figure out how to get that money. So you then go on to say, I love you, this is terrible. It's probably another step in bringing down, what is this?
Gaddy Anton.
Did you ever learn what that was?
I'm sure I researched it, but off the top of my head, I don't know what it is.
Okay. Did Lori then tell him, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay.
Correct.
So she understood, at least to Chad, that Charles had that right.
Yes.
Does Chad then say, it will be interesting if he if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Correct.
And she goes on to respond, I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that.
Correct.
And then she goes on to say again, I'm thinking Kay as well. Or he says, I'm thinking Kay as well. She probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It will be okay, my love. You are wonderful.
Correct.
And then she says, miss you so much. And he responds, miss you the most.
Yes.
So during this conversation, we see Chad and Lori discussing who this likely would have gone to and when it could have been changed, right?
Yes.
And that all occurred before the second conversation we see, also on the 18th, but closer to, I think, 12:30, 12:34, where she knows now it was changed in March.
Correct.
And in that, we see Chad referring to the 2 shots to the chest, right?
Yes.
So again, we know they've been talking about this. Did you see any other text messages talking about that?
I did not.
But we saw lots of phone calls between the two on the 11th.
Sure.
Now, as we have been talking through this conversation and much of this trial, we have referred to the defendant as Lori Vallow.
Correct.
And that's because she was married to Charles Vallow when he was shot on July 11th of 2019, right?
Yes.
During your review of those Lolly Time at iCloud accounts, did you find evidence of when she became Lori Daybell?
I did.
Did you see a contract for the wedding?
I did.
Did you see wedding photos?
I did.
Where was that wedding?
Hawaii?
I can have my paralegal approach with 233. Looking at Exhibit 233 is that the report as well as the actual document that was in the lollytime at iCloud.com account that you reviewed, that the police obtained through a search warrant, relating to when Lori Vallow became Lori Daybell.
Correct.
State will move to admit 233.
Any objection?
Relevance.
233 is admitted.
So the first part of this, we see that, again, it notes that this is an image that was from the account, from the Lollytom iCloud account from 10/31, correct? And then this is the actual photograph that was uploaded into the iCloud account, correct?
Correct.
So we see Chad Daybell and Lori Ryan. Was Lori Ryan a prior name of Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was Tylee Ryan's dad?
Correct.
So she used the Lori Ryan name in this. They use a home address of Rexburg, Idaho at that point.
Correct.
And then the date of the actual wedding is that November 5th of 2019.
Yes, it is.
So 4 months after Charles Vallow is shot and killed inside of the defendant's home, she has remarried to the man, Chad Daybell.
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
Detective Duncan, when did you become the case agent?
I believe it was June of 2020.
Okay. And prior to you being the case agent, it was Detective Moffett?
Moffett, yes.
Is that correct? And was it because he got promoted that they made you the case agent over this case? or-
Yes.
Okay. And he's now a lieutenant, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
And so he was the case, was there anyone in between? Was he the case agent the whole time until 2020 when you took over?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took over the case, what things did you do differently?
I wouldn't say differently. I continued what I was doing. I was looking at records for him. The records in this case, as you're aware, there's volumes of records. So continued to look at all of the independent iCloud records, call detail records, phone extractions, and also kind of reviewing what he had done prior to my assignment is what I'd done.
Right, so kind of reviewing and seeing what you need to look at.
Correct.
So is this, from what I was understanding what you were saying earlier, is this, you weren't really involved in the case since July 11th and now you're back involved in the case?
So July 11th, obviously, I was there at the house.
Right.
Shortly after that, I had another homicide and my time was occupied with that. And it was several months later that I offered to help look at records because they were so much. And I'd always done that kind of in the background, but never really took a deep dive into them until that June 2020.
Okay, but you were kind of involved, so you kind of knew what was going on in the investigation during those,
Somewhat.
during that time, that year in between,
Yes, yeah.
before you became the case agent.
Correct.
But not totally deep dive, but you kind of knew what was going on.
I understood it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. So let's go over that day again real quick. When you were there, what time were you there at the scene, from when to when?
I believe I arrived shortly after 9:15.
Okay.
And I would have left probably 4:30.
Okay. Were you at the house that whole time?
Yes.
So
Well,
you didn't.
Let me back up.
Oh, I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
did leave for a short period of time to obtain a saw that we would need to cut that piece of flooring out and the baseboard.
Okay.
But then it came back, yes.
So you were at the scene that whole time, besides the time you went to get the saw?
Correct.
You didn't go to the Chandler Police Department?
No.
So you weren't there during our interviews?
No.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned something about you couldn't go in, I was confused. You couldn't go in until after the search warrant, but you were in before that, right?
No. So obviously your first responders, your police officers, the firefighters, they're going in to preserve life and treat the victim in this case. Then they back out. At that point, we will not let anybody in, given the circumstances of this case, until the search warrant is actually signed and executed. So we will wait outside the threshold of the house until that search warrant is signed, and then we will begin our investigation.
So I'm still confused. So you didn't go into the house until after the search warrant, or you did get to go in beforehand?
No, I didn't go in before. I waited until after the search warrant.
Okay. So you had testified, I'm still confused, sorry.
I'm going to object again to the defendant testifying.
Just ask the question.
You had also indicated that you had gone in and that Charles was on the floor. Is that correct?
I think the question was asked of me is, what did I see when I went in? And so that, and I would say after the search warrant we went in, that's what I saw.
But he was already gone in the ambulance at that point?
He never went in an ambulance.
Charles didn't go in the ambulance?
No, he went with the medical examiner's office.
So what time did he leave?
I can't give you a specific time on that. I have to look at the medical examiner's office information for that.
But it was after you entered at 11:50?
Yes, it was way after that.
Okay. So then when you entered, what did you do at that point? Can you kind of walk me through that?
Yeah, so when I entered, obviously I made my general observations about what I saw in that room and of the body. I then talked with Detective Coons about what needed to be done next.
And what did you guys do next?
So we came up with a game plan as far as how to process the scene, which direction, who was going to do what. Like I indicated, I was tasked with collecting that firearm. and was also tasked with kind of looking through the house for any kind of blood evidence that might be present. The other task that I had, when we were ready, I contacted the medical examiner's office to report the death to them.
What time about was that call, do you think?
I do not know.
But sometime in between that, before 4:30, is that correct?
Correct.
And did everyone leave the scene at 4:30? Is that kind of the timing when people were clearing out, or?
Yeah, some might have stayed behind, and a lot of our ID techs like to sit in their cars and type their notes, that type of thing. But right around that 4:30, 4:45 is when the search warrant was completed.
Okay. And then there had been a walkthrough, is that correct?
Yes.
And so Alex had come back to the house just after 3-ish?
I believe that could have been the time, yes.
Okay. And then were you present during the walkthrough?
I was.
And who else was present?
Detective Moffitt, Detective Werther, Detective Coons, myself, and I want to say crime scene technician Jordan might have been there as well.
Okay. And was it Jordan that was wearing a body cam? Was there a body cam made of that?
No, I believe that Detective Werther had a body cam, but it malfunctioned and didn't capture.
So there's no recording of that at all?
No.
And Detective Moffitt was the case agent at that point, right? Because he had been assigned that already?
Yes.
Okay. And so did each of you write reports on that walkthrough then, since there was no recording of it?
That would have all been included in our report, not a specific walkthrough report, but in our original narrative, yes.
Everyone would talk about it, mention it, their perspective?
Not everybody has to, as long as somebody or one or two people wrote about it to know that it happened. Yeah.
Right. So since there's no recording of it, though, someone is assigned, like, because Moffitt is the case agent, or who would do that? Be assigned to include it in the report, for sure.
It's different. I'll give you the example. If you look at probably my report compared to Detective Coons' report, you might notice, similarities in there. You might notice stuff that I went into more detail on, or he went into more detail. But it depends on whether they write it or not. They could just put something as simple, I was present during a walkthrough.
Okay. So since you became the case agent, have you read all the reports?
At one time or another, yes, I have.
So is there anyone specific that kind of ran through what happened at the walkthrough?
Your Honor, I object to asked and answered and relevance and hearsay.
Sustained as to asked and answered.
Did you write about it in your report?
I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, asked and answered.
Sustained as to asked and answered. He already answered that.
You mentioned that it was Detective Werther who had the body cam, is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
So
Sustained.
did you read his report?
I have read his report, yes.
Did he mention the walkthrough and what happened?
And I'm going to object again to relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered.
To the extent that it would call for a hearsay answer, I'll sustain the objection.
Detective, when you became the case agent, you were kind of aware, so you knew what had been done in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you knew who had been interviewed, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew what had been tested or not tested at that point?
Correct.
So the bat was tested for fingerprints. We learned that in the testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And the results were inconclusive.
Correct.
And so there were no latent prints were identified. That's correct.
Correct.
And there were prints, but we just don't know whose they were. Is that accurate?
Sounds about right, yes.
Now, we learned that the bat was swabbed for DNA and sent to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that ever tested?
No, it was not.
And why not?
When making this decision, you have to look at the probative value of that and what that would show or what a test would prove. DNA and fingerprints are not time specific. That bat was owned by Tylee, to our knowledge. It was in a household where you lived. It was in a household where Alex was. And at one point, based on the fact of when we understood the bat to have been purchased, Charles was living in the house as well. So that bat was accessible to all those people. So if at one point during that time that person touched that bat, all that it would be saying is that somebody touched that bat at some point, not during this incident.
Right. But there was no blood found on the bat, is that correct?
Correct.
But would that be able to be told from DNA?
There was nothing that was visible that could see, like if blood dries or anything like that. There was nothing that would indicate that here's a spot we need to test for that particular, for blood.
Right, but would DNA tell if there was blood? Could they find out if there was blood on the bat from the DNA test?
Once again, blood is, you would see if it dries and crusts, then you would see that particular blood. DNA comes in many forms. It can come in touch, it can come in sweat, blood, but you would think that blood would be visible at that point to be able to test. And we did not see anything like that.
Okay, so if there was none of Alex's DNA on the blood, wouldn't that tell us something? I mean, on the bat at all, then wouldn't that tell us something?
If there were none of Alex's, it would just mean that Alex never touched that bat at any time.
And wouldn't it tell us that Alex was never hit in the head with that bat?
Once again, it's not specific. I can't, if there was blood on the bat, then yes, we would test for that. But there's no visible blood on the bat.
I understand that, but when you're doing an investigation, are you not trying to figure out what happened?
Yes, and that's what
Don't
we did.
you want all the information to do that?
Yes.
And so whose responsibility would it be to request the DNA testing from the swab that was taken?
Once again, that would just show, it's not showing that it's blood. There's no blood on the bat. It was just showing that a DNA swab was taken of that particular area to be able to test later on. But there's no discoloration that would show any kind of blood.
And who in the Chandler Police Department would be requesting that DNA to be tested? Who would have to do that?
That would be me.
It would be you.
As the new case agent, that would be me, or Detective Moffat at the beginning.
And so Detective Moffat never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never did that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if Charles' DNA was on the bat, then wouldn't that tell us something also?
Did he touch the bat at some point?
Yeah, that he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview.
And I'm going to object and move to
Sustained.
strike that.
The jury should disregard that last question. That information is not in evidence.
Detective, wouldn't that have answered some questions for us in your investigation?
I don't think it would have, no.
Okay. We learned that the gun in testimony, that the gun was tested just last month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who requested that test?
I did.
And why did you request that test?
So on firearms, immediately after we have a firearm case, we have the ability to utilize a system called NIBIN. NIBIN is run through the ATF, and what NIBIN will do is we can fire a particular firearm that we have control over and obtain casings from those. We can then take the casings from the scene casings and then compare those together. We already knew that that gun fired those casings very early in the investigation, as an indictment report provided. However, ATF will not testify in court. So playing the balancing game of when a trial will begin and whether a trial will even happen, I do not like to make more work for a firearm analyst than I have to. When we know that we are in and going to trial, then I will send that over to them because they were the ones that will testify to that.
Okay. So it wasn't after my investigator suggested that none of the guns had been tested
No.
that you
No.
ordered that test?
I never spoke to your investigator about that either.
Okay. So, Detective, when did the Chandler Police Department take possession of the gun?
On July 11th?
And then it was tested in March, is that correct?
Correct.
And then we've established through expert testimony of Detective Coons that the floorboard was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also established that the projectile was not tested either, is that correct?
Correct.
And Detective Coons also confirmed that no tests were done on my husband's shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And then when you became the case agent on this case, why didn't you request any of these tests?
Because I was confident that based on the medical examiner's report of an entry wound to the lower left quadrant, an exit wound to the upper left rear shoulder, and a corresponding defect, or what I would refer to as a bullet strike in the floor, if you take those 3 points and match them up, then there's no other explanation other than Charles was laying on the ground at that time.
So the medical examiner said he could not say that he was laying on the ground for sure, but you're saying that in your detective opinion, you know that for sure?
I believe so, yes.
And so were you there to witness it with your eyes?
No.
Law enforcement on July 11th, 2019?
I can't speak to that, no.
Did we answer all the questions asked to us?
I have nothing to say you didn't.
Did we follow all directions given to us by law enforcement that day?
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation as to how this detective knows that. He's already said he wasn't at the station.
He's the case agent, Your Honor.
He can testify to what he observed for himself, so if you want to tailor your question, go ahead.
Would you say that according to every report and every detective that you've talked to and anything else, that you would say that we fully complied with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
Object to hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection to the form that it was asked.
So according to all the reports that have been given by everyone who was there, and you're the case agent, so you're in charge of all of these people, is that correct?
I'm not in charge of them, but I have read the reports.
So you have read the reports,
Yeah.
and as far as you know, to your knowledge, we fully cooperated with law enforcement that day on July 11th, 2019?
And again, object to hearsay. And lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Has it come to your knowledge that we did not comply with everything?
And I would object to the exact same thing, lack of personal knowledge and hearsay.
He can answer that question.
Can you answer? Can you ask that again?
Have you come to the knowledge that we did not comply that day for any reason?
I have not.
Okay. Did I turn my husband's phone over when asked?
Yes.
Did Alex turn his phone over willingly?
I am not sure when Alex, or if Alex turned his phone on. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So is there a body cam where his phone was placed into an evidence bag? That's correct.
I do remember seeing that, yes.
And then the evidence bag is put into the front of the police car where he was taken to the Chandler Police Department. Is that correct?
I didn't see that, but I trust the fact that it was taken at that time, yes.
And so, according to that body cam, it looked like he turned it over on request.
And I'm going to object to speculation.
You don't have any knowledge that he didn't, is that correct?
I'll allow that last question.
I don't have knowledge, no.
Okay. So do you know who had taken possession of his phone at that point?
I don't.
Do you know who drove him to the Chandler Police Department?
Well, through this hearing, Officer Krautheim.
Oh, that's right. The one I couldn't remember how to spell.
Again,
Sustained, please don't testify.
Was a copy of Alex's phone made by the Chandler Police Department?
I don't know.
You don't know?
There's so much information. I don't know whether we received just his call detail records or an actual copy was made. I don't know.
So you're the case agent.
Yeah, I'd have to look and see if that was the case.
So you're the case agent, and you don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was ever...
Yeah. At this moment, I don't recall.
So there's no Cellbrite of it. Is that correct? In the discovery?
I think the only thing that we have is his call detail records, which would be from his cellular provider.
So what would the typical protocol be for you to, if someone handed over their phone, wouldn't it be to do a digital download of it?
So that can be one of two ways. It could be under a search warrant to do that, or it can be under consent to do that. I do not believe that was. I don't believe that his phone was extracted at that time.
So he would have to give consent? Is that what you're saying?
Or a search warrant, but that would have been through Detective Moffett.
So Detective Moffett would have had to get a search warrant and then he would download it?
Based on their conversation, whether Alex would be willing to do that or whether a search warrant was needed, but that was Detective Moffett's call at that time.
And he decided not to do that?
I don't know what his process is or his thought process.
Well, I'm saying that he did not do that, and you're the case agent now, so you would know if that was done, correct?
You're asking me to speak for Detective Moffett, whether it was done or not?
No, I'm asking you to speak as a case agent now if you know if it was done or not.
I believe it was not.
Okay. Do you think that would be important to your investigation?
Absolutely, knowing what we know now, yes.
Okay, you're a detective, right?
Correct.
You have to look at all the angles, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happened, right? You just stated that you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So wouldn't that be crucial information that the police department didn't bother to take?
Once again, I don't know what the conversation with Detective Moffett and Alex was and what his reasoning for not. Would I have taken it? Yes.
But that was not your call at the time.
Correct.
And so in lieu of that, what did you do to try to obtain that information?
We got his call detail records through his company.
And so is it safe to say that it's much better to have the actual phone to do the extraction so that you can have everything that was on the phone?
Yeah, but you can also obtain a lot of that stuff through other means, through iCloud records, Google records. But yeah, it is nice to have that phone.
So would you call that an oversight by Detective Moffett?
Object to speculation.
Sustained.
So was the phone then returned to Alex that day?
Yes.
How did that happen? Was it just handed to him or?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that would have also been Detective Moffett's call?
Correct.
And we haven't heard from Detective Moffett, is that correct?
Correct.
So according to your knowledge, that when Alex was called by Chandler Police to return to the scene for the walkthrough by detectives, he did so, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
You saw him there?
Yes.
And did he answer everyone's questions while you were there, that you observed?
Yes, he did. There was very little questioning. It was just more of a positional type thing. It was, where were you?
It was more, I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
Where was he? Where was he standing during the time?
Oh. And so he kind of walked it through with you, and all four of you were there, right?
Yes.
5. And no one was asking him any questions?
Your Honor, I'm going to, again, we've already gone through this before, asked and answered, as well as verging on hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. How much do you have left on your cross, do you think?
I don't know, Your Honor. A lot.
In other words, more than a couple minutes. Should we take our afternoon break?
Oh, yes, we should
All right.
take a break.
Let's take our afternoon break for staff. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All right, we're just about to end this afternoon recess in a little bit, and you all are going to see Lori Vallow Daybell continue her cross-examination of Nathan Duncan. He has been on the stand all day long after being under the weather for a couple of days, and so we have seen so many text messages. We have seen so much bizarre evidence that the jury's getting to see. He's been a key witness, and now I can hear
I'm going
that they're
to
about to
advise
get
the
underway.
defendant that anything that this witness read in another officer's report, he can't testify to whether those things are true or not unless it fits into some exception to hearsay or non-hearsay for you to establish that. So please don't ask any questions that he can't verify. He can testify to things that he observed, saw, or heard, but again, if you're referencing another report that another officer wrote, he won't be able to testify whether the contents of those reports are true or not unless he has some sort of personal knowledge.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, you can come back up, get ready to resume your cross. We'll bring the jury in.
Jurors are being brought back in right now. Lori Vallow Daybell has been admonished and told and reminded about her line of questioning, how she makes statements in her questioning, and many objections were sustained in cross-exam, and she's going to get another chance here to continue that cross-examination. She has basically tried to question the entire investigation done by Nate Duncan, what he has done, hasn't done, as far as digital evidence, and who he is not spoken to as part of the family and interviewed. I mean, she's doing her best to try and muck it up.
Yeah, towing a fine line, I think. We talked about this too. Like, I feel like she's asking a lot of questions related to testimony that's already been
repetitive.
So yeah, maybe stalling. But here we are back in court. Nope,
yeah, I mean, this is really her chance to go after the top witness now. This is the lead agent, and she keeps calling him the case agent, that he's supposed to basically know everything. And now we get a chance to see how she finishes this off before redirect.
All right, thank you. The jury is now present. You may be seated. You can continue with your cross-examination of this witness.
Detective Duncan, in all those text messages, we saw a lot of people. Did you interview our mother, Janice Cox?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
I have not.
Did you interview our sister, Summer Shiflett?
I did not.
Did you read or watch her interview?
No.
Did you interview our father, Barry Cox?
No.
Did you read or watch his interview?
No.
So the only source that you have for this investigation of the shooter in your case is through our brother Adam? Is that correct?
And all of the contacts mentioned through your iClouds.
Yeah, but you didn't ask anybody who was mentioned in there or who was speaking in there what they meant by any of those text messages?
Well, none of the people that you mentioned were present during this incident. So you're asking about the actual day of July 11th, if I asked them about that day, or about the text messages?
About the text messages themselves. Like, did you ask my mother what she meant in that text message when she wrote it?
No.
Did you ask my sister what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask Melanie, my niece, what she meant in those text messages?
No.
Did you ask me what I meant in those text messages?
I couldn't.
Okay. And through your investigation, you found out that, as you testified earlier, that Alex wouldn't text or call Adam back. Is that correct?
I'm not interpreting as far as he wouldn't do it. What I'm saying is I don't see it. So if there's a message there and there's a text, there's no indication that there was a call back or a text back.
So it looked like that he wasn't calling him or texting him back, even though he was getting calls and texts. Is that correct?
And then Adam also testified that he did not receive a call or a text back. which would be consistent with the records.
So the only person in our family, in our whole family, that you got information from was the estranged brother from our family who didn't know what was going on with everybody else.
Can I object to the form of the question? Argumentative?
Well, it's also compound. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, so Adam, our estranged brother, is the only one that you got information from. Is that correct?
Can I object to the form of the question?
Sustained.
So is this your normal protocol to just talk to one witness and not all the others?
No.
Why didn't you speak to any other member of my family?
A lot of members of the family have been spoken to.
But you were not privy to any of that information as the case agent?
Well, I was privy to the interviews that were conducted by other detectives.
And you just testified to me that you didn't read or watch any of those interviews. Is that correct?
I have been present during an interview or a phone call with Summer, and been present during a phone call in this process, but I have never interviewed them.
How many interviews has Summer had with the police departments?
Objection, speculation?
If you know.
He can answer if he knows.
I don't know.
More than one or two?
I don't know.
Okay, but you knew of at least one?
That Summer has had?
Correct.
Yes.
But you didn't ask her any of these questions or any of the questions about the text messages that you just talked about that were on the screen with Summer?
I said no.
Okay. So as the case agent and a detective, do you form a suspicion and then stick to it and only investigate the things that lead you to that same conclusion?
No.
You had testified earlier about the story of Nephi, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you researched it, is that
did.
correct? What research did you do?
Well, the very basic research. I Googled who is Nephi. What does Nephi stand for? I've also, through this process over the last 4 or 5 years, have asked other members of the church just a simple question: tell me about Nephi. And every single person I talk to tells me that same story that was told by Adam.
So are you aware that there's 15 books in the Book of Mormon?
I am not.
Are you aware that 4 of those books are books of Nephi?
I am not.
That there's Nephi 1, 1st Nephi, 2nd Nephi, 3rd Nephi, 4th Nephi?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That there's many stories of Nephi. Is that correct? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
So the very first story is the story that...
I'm going to object to testifying.
It sounds like that's the way it was going. So please just ask questions.
So you did not read the Book of Mormon?
No.
You did not read 1st Nephi?
No.
You just asked people. That was your research?
I asked members of that particular church, and I also did an internet search, yes.
So you did an internet search, and it gave you all the stories of Nephi?
That's the story that came up.
So how long did you do that research for?
I couldn't tell you.
So in your research, did you discover that there's about 25 stories of Nephi in that Book of Mormon?
I didn't see that, no.
And that there's 4 different prophets that are called Nephi in the Book of Mormon?
I'm going to again object as to testifying, and the detective has already indicated, so asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. He can ask if he knows that or not.
What was the question? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can the court reporter?
There's 4 different people referred to as Nephi.
Yeah, 4 different prophets in the Book of Mormon that are Nephi. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So isn't it true that you really have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in my text message?
I can only go off of what I'm what I see. I can't tell you what you're thinking or what you're trying to relay there, but based on my knowledge and based on talking to people about who is Nephi, that is a story that came up consistently.
You relayed to the jury that it was in order to kill. You relayed to the jury.
I said that the story was the same story and similar to Adam told.
Okay, and you said it earlier that was in order to kill. That I referenced Nephi. I will be like Nephi and you will be like Nephi. To the jury here today.
Ask a question. That's a statement, not a question.
Do you have knowledge that my text message meant that at all?
No.
Are you aware through all of your investigation of this case that my brother was a stand-up comedian, Alex?
I had heard that, yes.
And that everything is a joke to Alex?
I can't speak for that.
So when you're interpreting all these text messages and making all these assumptions, half of them could be jokes and you would not know that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you speculating when you read my text messages?
I think I'm just reading your text messages. I don't think I was drawing any inference from them. I was just simply reading them.
Well, today you were explaining them to the jury. Is that true?
Those were read. There was no explanation as to what it meant.
As the case agent, what is your communication with the other investigators in this case?
What do you mean by other investigators?
So who is on your team? Who is working for you on this case right now?
I'm the only person working on the case right now. Back in the when we were investigating it, it would have been myself and Detective Coons. And then periodically we'd have Detective Werther do some work for us if we needed it.
And then do you guys communicate through emails or calls or text messages, or how does that work?
Well, unfortunately, we're cramped in a small little area, so we have the ability to just talk to each other.
So no reports are really made of that communication. You're just talking?
Correct.
In being a detective, is your job basically to be an investigator and search out facts concerning what happened?
Yes,
Do you feel like you've done that in this case?
I do.
So by not testing any of those things, you feel like you've done everything you could possibly do to tell the jury and to tell us what happened that day on July 11th, even though you weren't present?
Correct.
You're confident in that?
I'm confident.
Did you have to meet with Detective Moffett to review the case when you made this transfer?
No.
So he didn't give you any heads up on what was happening?
Well, before he left, he just dropped the case notebook on my desk and then went on his way. We have had conversations before then and since, but nothing in detail.
So you didn't say what's been tested or what hasn't been tested?
No, that's for me to go back through and look at.
Through reports?
Correct.
Okay. So did you think it was important to maybe luminol the bat?
Once again, there was no visual blood present on the bat, and we decided that we were not going to do that particular process.
So can't blood be invisible and still be on the bat if you luminol it?
I guess if it's cleaned off, it would still maybe show some proteins, but that was something we decided not to do. We fingerprinted it to show, because there was indication that Charles had grabbed it from Tylee. So we did our best evidence to try to grab that location where it would have been grabbed, but that's what we did.
Wouldn't that be important to your investigation?
Objection as to wouldn't what?
Yeah, please.
Wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation, this particular investigation?
I don't believe it would.
What about luminoling the gun? Was that done?
Once again, there's no visible, and we were under the impression that it happened 5 minutes before we got there, and there's no visible presence of blood on the bat.
Well, you went around the whole entire house looking for blood, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had the gun in your possession,
Yes.
and you're in a police station.
I was at your house.
I'm saying you have access as the case agent to have any of these things tested, is that not right?
Yes.
So why didn't you test them?
Because I did not think that luminol was needed to be tested because there was no visual blood.
So wouldn't you like to know that for sure?
I guess we make choices and we make decisions through this process based on the facts that we have and the facts that are presented to us. And based on the facts presented to us and what we saw and what we had, I did not feel that was necessary.
You have charged me with a crime, is that correct?
I have not, no.
You have helped them charge me with a crime, is that correct? The state of Arizona?
I conducted an investigation and I sent it forward, yes.
And you did not feel it was necessary to test any of these things?
Objection,
as the case
asked
agent.
and answered like 4 times.
Sustained.
What logical reason do you have as an investigator to not investigate all of these things that were available to you for the past 5 years?
Your Honor, I'm again going to object to asked and answered. If there's a specific thing that hasn't been asked?
That's a really very broad question. I'll sustain the objection. Yeah.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Detective, I'm going to start by just talking to you a little bit about luminol. Is luminol a process used where you believe a scene has been cleaned up, like somebody actually attempted to remove blood from the scene, and so it's been diluted?
Correct, and it would show the remaining proteins left, yes.
And so luminol is used when there is no visible blood because the scene's cleaned.
Correct.
And so in this case, you were under the impression that this homicide had occurred 5 minutes before police arrived?
Yes.
So you would not be expecting a cleaned up scene?
Correct.
But you did look to see if you saw visible blood.
We did, yes.
And by visible blood, you're talking about drops of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Swipes of blood that might be there?
Correct.
Hairs from someone's head that might be stuck in the bat?
Yes.
And did you see any of that?
No, we did not.
Now, after this, did you learn that there was actually this 47-minute process?
We did.
So when you're processing the scene that day, you were not aware yet of how extensive this timeline was incorrect.
Correct.
In fact, we heard from Detective Werther that it was sort of the next day as he started going through the phone from Charles.
Yes.
And the day after that, as he's going to get videos from Burger King and Walgreens, that you're learning that this timeline is very wrong.
Correct.
I want to talk about the data that you have reviewed in this case. When you talk about what was reviewed, whether by you, well, let's just say by you. In these iCloud accounts, are you talking terabytes of data?
Yes, each iCloud account can have terabytes of data, and you have to, and it's tedious because you can only look at one at the time. We can only look at one particular iCloud at a time and go through that, make notes. Then you'd have to shut down, open up another, and look through one iCloud at a time, and then try to, with your notes, to mash these together. So it was a very labor-intensive process.
And as you're looking through this, are you then learning more things that then makes you have to go back to the other iCloud account to try to see what you could find in that?
Absolutely.
So when we come in here with just a few documents and a few things, would it be fair to say that's just a grain of what you've gone through?
Absolutely.
So on July 11th of 2019, when you arrive at this scene, you think this homicide just occurred, did you understand at that time the relevance of cell phone or iCloud data?
No, what's something that happened, what sounded like it was a rather quick incident. It just happened 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't think of the necessity for cell phone data, like to show planning or anything like that, or show conversations over the weeks and months. Sometimes we get cases where, oh, this person's had beef with me forever. Obviously, I am going to want to take that phone and go look through that. But in this case, we just had something reported to us that happened just 5 minutes and very limited information, as it was almost an impromptu attack. We had no information at the time that this is something that had weeks, if not months, of planning.
On July 11th of 2019, did you start to see inconsistencies between the statements that were being given, the timeline, and the physical evidence at the scene? Did you start to see some inconsistencies?
Yes.
For instance, you were provided with a self-defense theory. Did you see inconsistencies between that statement and what you're seeing at the scene?
Yes.
And that's where we're talking about the location of the bullet wounds to Charles, the bullet strike under his left shoulder, and the bullet being by his left shoulder for one of those shots.
Correct.
But again, you're still not aware of the background of these individuals.
Correct.
As you began learning more information about the interaction between Charles and Lori Vallow and learned about the individuals, were you then able to obtain information to allow you to write search warrants to even obtain phone records and iCloud accounts?
Yes.
So that's not just something you can be like, hey, I just want that, so I'm just going to ask iCloud for it, and I'll just hand that right over?
Correct. You have to have probable cause in order to get that.
You were asked about DNA and blood, and I think you had said something about it. Is DNA only found in blood?
No.
So saliva can have it?
Correct.
Sweat?
Correct.
So when you're asked about blood on the bat, that isn't the only form of DNA that would be left on there potentially.
Correct.
So if you had information that the bat belonged to Tylee, no matter what, you would expect to find her DNA on it.
I would.
Not, regardless of whether she ever bled on it, right?
Correct.
Was blood something different you were looking for, though?
It was.
And was that due to the fact that there's this allegation that Alex Cox was hit in the head with the bat?
Yes.
And so we have the bat here. You looked at it yourself, did not see visible blood,
I did not.
and we have someone else who processed it and didn't see visible blood on it.
Correct.
Even on the edge top of it, do you see any sort of damage to that plastic around the tip of it?
I do not.
If you had processed that bat for DNA and you found Tylee's DNA on that, would you have told you that she put it on there on July 11th? Did they ticky mark that for you?
It would not.
Would just say it was on there, right?
Correct.
Are you able to time that in any way?
No.
When the medical examiner comes out, the medical examiner's office comes out to the scene to collect the body. Body doesn't leave in an ambulance, right?
No, it does not.
They have a van.
Yes.
And Does the doctor who's performing the autopsy come out there with you guys and
No,
check out the scene?
He does not.
So when a medical examiner testifies as to a wound being shored, but not knowing what it was against, he's not out at the scene looking at the body, right?
Correct.
He's not out at the scene looking at the projectile defect or on the ground underneath Charles's left shoulder.
Correct.
He's just saying that wound is shored. Whatever he was against is what it was.
Correct.
But you were at the scene,
I was.
and you saw the shoulder in line with that defect on that ground or on that floor that you collected.
Correct.
Now, did you ever have any information that Janice Cox or Barry Cox or Summer Shiflett were present at 5531 South Four Peaks on July 11th?
We did not.
In fact, it appeared that Summer was actually going out of town, so she wasn't going to be around on the 11th?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that you were present when Summer and Janice were interviewed. Was that when the state interviewed them when they were listed as witnesses potentially for the defendant?
That is correct.
And in fact, did you recall Summer being asked about her offering her house to the defendant to stay at?
I do.
What we had seen in the text message.
Correct.
Was there anything about that statement that appeared to be untrue based upon your hearing or participating in that?
There's nothing.
In these text messages and iCloud account records, start with Ned. When you first started seeing those, were you understanding the full story of where that came about?
No.
Did you then have to look to other people who, like Serena Sharp or Christina Atwood or others who were aware of who Ned was?
Correct.
Or what Ned was?
Yes.
In terms of Nephi, you said that we heard from Adam when he's asked about Nephi, what that meant to him.
Correct.
And he provided us with a story of Nephi and Laban, right?
Correct.
You said you Googled this like many of us do, right? Start out there.
Right.
And then you actually spoke to other members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I did.
Was that to make sure that you weren't missing something?
It was to make sure that there wasn't another story that might be out there that he's known for. And so, like I said, I would just randomly ask people that. And every single time I would ask that, that was the story that was told to me.
So others who were members of that church spoke the same way that Adam did.
Yes.
You were asked a lot about sort of processing of the scene and processing of the items of evidence. Was this case, let me ask you this, was the physical scene itself inconsistent with what was initially told?
Yes.
And did it require additional research into all of these different iClouds, cell phones, cell tower records to clarify what happened?
Yes, as the weeks and months went on, additional information was learned that basically required those accounts to better understand what took place.
And was that what then you spent months going through?
Right.
And ultimately, after all of that, is when you eventually presented that case or turned it in to be reviewed.
Yes, I did.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one. Well, I think we're going to need that exhibit. Go ahead. We'll see if he knows, though. Regarding the pictures on Alex's phone sent to Lori, what was the time on the top left corner of the pictures? Do you recall?
I don't know for certain. It was an afternoon.
Would it refresh your memory to look at that photo?
Yes.
What exhibit number is that from?
This is 222.
All right, so that's been admitted into evidence.
The time is 2:13.
And the next question is the countertop in that picture, do you recognize that as whether or not that's the same countertop at the the Four Peaks address?
That is not the same as the Four Peaks address, no.
Okay. Before I go for follow-up to the parties, are there any other juror questions? I don't see any. Follow-up from the defense based on that juror question?
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, from the state?
Just that in that exhibit, the photo, of the phone, do we see both sort of Tuesday, 9:08, when these messages occurred, let me pull in, as well as sort of what time the phone is showing?
Yeah, and I think the most telling thing is this is a communication between Adam and Charles. Clearly, the only phone that they had would have been Charles' phone, not Adam's.
And this conversation matches what you saw extracted from Charles's phone later between he and Adam on the 9th of July.
Correct.
No other questions from me, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further witnesses. The state will rest.
All right, the state has rested its case, which means the state's portion of the evidence is done. I'm going to excuse the jury for a few minutes before you go home for the evening. Let me just do a consultation with the parties about tomorrow's schedule, and I'll let you know what time to report back. It should just be a couple minutes. So please remember the admonition. We'll let you know what time to report back tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. All right. State's rested, so do you plan on presenting evidence?
Can I confer with my
Yeah, go
team
ahead.
for a minute? Your Honor, I'd like to address a Rule 20 motion first.
Go ahead.
Okay. The state has failed to show substantial evidence for count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. The state has provided no evidence that I agreed with another person that any one of us would engage in certain conduct that I intended to promote or assist in this premeditated murder. Crime premeditated murder requires the state to establish a person caused the death of another with premeditation. The lack of evidence to show any evidence of a conspiracy to commit murder, there was no plan to murder Charles. No evidence has showed that, in fact, evidence suggested self-defense on the part of Alex. So I would like to put that on the record.
All right. State want to put a response on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, there's sufficient evidence based upon everything from the iCloud messages from between Alex, the defendant, and others leading up to July 11th of 2019, that Alex Cox was invited over by this defendant, knowing that they were going to be having an intervention and knowing when Charles would be there and bringing a handgun over with him. The timelines on July 11th of the killing of Charles Vallow and the fact that the number of shots and the physical evidence at the scene the statements by the defendant to Detective N-Clan that she took Charles Vallow's phone and would not give it back to him, the motive for money, and especially the defendant's motive for having an affair with Chad Daybell. All of those looking at together in the light most favorable to the state, the defendant, or the jury could find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Last word. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The standard is whether or not a reasonable juror could, whether or not there's substantial evidence for a reasonable juror to find the defendant guilty. The court does find that there is substantial evidence that a reasonable juror could find the defendant guilty. The court will further add that the jurors are the ones who judge the credibility of the witnesses, and it's ordered denying the Rule 20 motion. Are you going to present evidence tomorrow, either through witnesses or through your own testimony?
No, Your Honor, the defense will rest.
All right, if that's the case, I'm going to tell the jury. How long does the state anticipate its closing argument being?
I would assume probably over an hour.
How about the defense?
Less than that.
Can we do the closings at 1 p.m.? We can formalize all the jury instructions at 10:30.
Your Honor,
Is that enough time?
the state would request that we do them Monday to ensure that the state would request we do closings Monday to ensure that we don't finish with a rebuttal closing on Monday.
Well, I'm willing to go in the morning if we want to start in the morning at 11 and do jury instructions at 10:15 or something like that. Does that work?
Again, I'm asking for Monday, but if the court does not allow that, then we'll go whenever the court says tomorrow.
Do you want to weigh in?
Well, just that we haven't had time to go over the jury instructions. I don't get back to the jail until like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, so
You agree then that Monday's better?
I would agree.
All right, we'll tell the jury to report at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. They don't have to come in tomorrow.
Judge, could we have the defendant rest in front of the jury before they leave today?
Are you prepared to rest today? If you rest, that means you can't change your mind about testifying.
Can we do it on Monday?
We can do that on Monday, but if you change your mind, I need to know in advance because it's going to change the jury instructions and it's going to change the schedule.
Absolutely, I will let you know.
All right. Tell the jury they don't need to report on tomorrow, that they need to report Monday at 10:30 a.m. Okay? So let's meet tomorrow, though, to finalize the jury instructions. Why don't we just do that at, what's tomorrow, Thursday?
10:30?
We'll just do it at 10:30. That'll be enough time for you to read those tonight.
Yeah, if I could have time to meet with my advisory council before that, that would be great.
I can put
If
it
I
on the
can
calendar.
be brought in.
I can put it on the calendar for 10, and I think
11?
I can put it on the calendar for 10 so you can meet with them back here, and then we'll meet at about 10:45. We'll have come in the courtroom and finalize the jury instructions. All right? If I did give a copy to your advisory councils as well, or at least one copy there. So if the advisory councils and or the state review that tonight and see something additional or correction that needs to be made, go ahead and give me a heads up so I can be prepared to talk about it tomorrow as well. So, all right, we'll see everyone in court at 10:45, but we'll put it on the calendar for 10 a.m. so that the defendant can meet with her advisory councils at 10 a.m. All right, thank you.
Breaking news, the state of Arizona resting its case against Lori Vallow Daybell after 19 witnesses called to the stand to testify in this murder conspiracy case regarding the death of Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow Daybell, I think we were shocked no matter what she was going to do. We're on pins and needles, but she decides that the defense will rest. But she did not do that in front of the jury. Closing arguments now set for Monday morning, but tomorrow jury instructions will be reviewed. And there is a chance that Lori Vallow Daybell can decide to present evidence or testify on her own behalf, but there are no witnesses expected to be called by her. And she tried to get this basically acquitted. I mean, that turn of events there was just so interesting and shocking to see and surprising that, after that we have talked about overwhelming evidence this whole trial in 7 days. And she says there is not sufficient evidence at all to show that there's a conspiracy.
I mean, you could argue the state, their best witness was just on the stand.
Yeah.
Spent the whole day presenting evidence that would certainly point in that direction. But again, the jury needs to make that decision. Again, another last-ditch effort. I'm somewhat surprised.
Yeah, you got to do that. I get it.
I'm somewhat surprised that she doesn't want to testify. Although, again, the door, as we said, is barely open.
She could change her mind tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I mean, you can go to a number of different ways. Clearly, the only witness she has is herself.
Mm-hmm.
And to follow up what Duncan just presented and what the state just presented with Duncan, that's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, all day testimony.
Yeah.
Man, that was draining. If you're Duncan, he was under the weather, but then he's answering yes, correct. He really opened up and started answering questions in cross-exam. And you can argue that Lori didn't do a bad job there. I mean, if it was any attorney or public defender asking those questions, what would we be saying then?
Well, we noticed that you mentioned that Duncan had testified before in the other trial and had spoken about the text, even read some of them. In this case, it was Treena reading them. I would imagine that was on purpose, either to keep the flow going or maybe hearing Treena say it resonates more so with the jury than saying having...
Maybe a little more animated?
Yeah.
And be in control of it all?
Yeah. I do think, to your point of the cross, I thought it was interesting and good strategy on Lori's part to maybe go after Duncan and get him to interpret what a lot of those messages, the religious tone of those messages meant.
Intense.
Does he understand? Did he ever ask the others in those texts what they meant by it? The Alex being a comedian thing, I guess you want to get that on the record, maybe get the jury to hear that. Not much they could have done with that anyway, because
I don't see
Alex is dead, so that's you don't have an opportunity to question him about was he joking. You obviously don't have the opportunity to bring Chad on the stand and question him.
Mm-hmm.
But look, kudos to her. One last ditch effort, probably her best cross of the whole trial, I guess, if you want to characterize that. But yeah, I don't want to say I'm disappointed that she's not going to take the stand, but I think I would have loved to have heard
of course
those questions, the cross, the redirect, the whole thing, to get her maybe to elaborate more on what she's been trying to do in her questioning, which the judge has admonished her for, is this isn't your opportunity to testify, right? Because she clearly had things to say to some of these witnesses. That would have been her opportunity to do that, and it sounds like she's choosing not to.
And let's not forget here, this is a convicted child killer,
right?
That really has nothing to lose, serving 3 consecutive life terms for the deaths of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. But obviously the jury doesn't know that. And I thought for a moment there, we could see closing arguments tomorrow. And the state requested that they wait because they didn't want to have rebuttal closings start on Monday. I think Treena wants the jury to be recharged and ready for closing arguments, and whatever Lori has to say in closings at the same time. Treena will take an hour and a half, an hour plus or so, and Lori says it will take less than that. And it's true. They do need to make sure the jury instructions are, right, correct, everything, even though this is just one charge. But even in Idaho, we've seen an error on the indictment on paperwork filed by the state of Idaho, and that had to be addressed. And this was not a happy judge, Judge Boyce, back in 2023, if I remember correctly. So yes, tomorrow's important, and people are asking, will we be streaming that? Yes, of course. As long as this trial is underway, the jury will not report, but we will have coverage of what goes down tomorrow. And if somehow Lori changes her mind and says, you know what, I am going to testify, it could 1% chance there.
It is a 1% chance. These jury instructions have to be very specific. It's a slippery slope. You've got to be very careful and make sure the jury understands what they're deciding here, and to take all of the evidence into account. And then you're assuming that none of these jurors know the circumstances outside of the case, right? They know they're not supposed to. But the judge just wants to make sure. He doesn't want any of this to come back. There want to be no issue, because we've gotten this far, 2 weeks, obviously well ahead of schedule, and they have another trial after this. So, Judge Boreski obviously has been very to the point this whole time. I thought he's done a great job navigating this unusual circumstance of the defendant representing themselves.
This was fast.
Yes.
1 week. 7 days, 19 witnesses, and we were talking about, well, why not have Moffitt go last? Not Moffitt. Why not have Duncan go last? Because we know Moffitt was still on the list, Hunsaker was still on the list, 2 more detectives for Chandler PD. Obviously, Moffitt got promoted. He was the lead, though, originally. But Treena must be confident. And okay, she must have known coming in this morning, this is it. I'm ready to rest after this testimony.
Yeah, and you can see if you listen to it throughout the day, you can understand why she felt that way. I thought the delivery and how she presented Duncan to the jury, I don't see why she would need to bring up the other two when they're basically going to reiterate what we just saw.
Yeah,
there was nothing new that she needed to bring into evidence and put on the record. So why not just end, go out with a bang, mic drop moment for her. And again, in the back of her mind, she knows that Lori's not going to put up much of a defense.
Lori went after Duncan, though. I mean, she questioned the whole investigation, basically, and called him, basically referred to him as, you are the case agent. You're the case agent. You didn't do that. You didn't do this. Did you test for this? Even talked about Charles's DNA possibly being on the bat. And we had that whole discussion where he explained, well, all of you lived together at some point, and when that bat was purchased, all it would tell us is that Charles touched the bat. So really, I don't see what she was trying to get there. But yeah, maybe just cast out. Maybe have a juror think about that.
Yeah, maybe get into the jury's mind after hearing whatever it was, 5 hours of evidence and testimony from him, to maybe plant the seed in the jury's minds that maybe they missed something. Did they miss an opportunity to do this? Did they miss an opportunity to do that? She asked about, well, when did you go into the home, and when did Charles's body go in the ambulance? Charles's body was never in it.
Never went into an ambulance.
Right. Asking some of the same questions that had already been presented in court, which the judge, again, sustained several objections from Prosecutor Kay. But like you said, hammering home this, who did you interview, who did you not interview? Duncan was quick to say, look, none of those people were there on the morning of the 11th. So that's not related to my case. So maybe those questions should go to Treena. Why is any of this relevant? But yeah, she seemed like she made more of an effort today in objecting and crossing than she had the entire 2 weeks that we've been on trial here.
But also, she maybe didn't realize that there was a lot of information Chandler didn't have on July 11th. And even the months after July 11, 2019. It takes search warrants to obtain the digital evidence, to go through it and to sift through all those text messages. Those text messages between Chad and Lori and between Alex and Lori about dark spirits, that didn't come back in 2019. I can assure you that probably came out 2021.
Yeah,
and that's a year and a half later or so. So at that point, I mean, it's obviously hindsight is 2020. But here we are. Closing arguments will happen on Monday morning, and then the jury will get its instructions. Obviously, tomorrow is to basically finalize those instructions and make sure everything, I's are dotted, T's are crossed. And so Monday's the day they get those instructions. probably by the afternoon recess or lunch break,
Yeah.
we could have a verdict on Monday afternoon.
Well,
We
yeah.
could for one charge. I mean, and these jurors are not sequestered, just so you know, guys. So things have moved fast. We'll basically go into, I mean, I guess you can consider tomorrow day 8 of trial, or maybe not. I mean, it's obviously court will be in session, but really less than 10 days, we could have a decision on Lori Vallow Daybell's verdict, and if she's guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. All right. So Brittany Hennick, she's very good at tagging me in questions. Maybe she wants time to write up questions before Monday. We don't know what's going through her mind and if she's going to change her mind or whatnot. But yes, that could definitely happen where maybe she's already thought of those questions. What would I have my counsel ask me if I took the stand? She doesn't have any evidence to present. She doesn't have any witnesses. So, but she's not going to say, no, I'm done, Judge. Like, Judge is basically giving her a chance. Like, I'm just letting you know, you can change your mind, but it has to be soon. So do I think she testifies at this point based on what she said? I don't think that happens.
Yeah, she's going to sleep on it, obviously. You look at, all right, what's the strategy? Is it beneficial for her to drag this out and maybe let the jury kind of resonate and sit on this for a couple of days, come back Monday morning and say, you know what, I am going to testify and this is what I have to say. But I think the key point is that she knows or should know that there is a cross-examination.
Yeah, she's got to know. It's not beneficial.
That is not going to help
we
her.
can all agree that
Right.
that does not help you to sit up there after what Treena just did in 7 days. Why would you put yourself on the stand? But we don't know what she's going to do because we don't know what's going through her mind. Okay, guys, we're going to get ready for our newscast at 5 p.m. Watch fox10phoenix.com and stream that. I'll have a report, and then we're getting our on-the-record recap. Definitely switched up the script as we found out what happened this afternoon. We'll see you guys in a little bit.